Yep.
Racism.
It's time to talk about AI generation. Giant AI generated.
500 anime titties.
It's true. Dude, I generated so many Dawnbreaker images.
Also, the only difference between that sheet and this one high basically is instead of 2 ranks in perception, because pikeman is the fighting style, 1 whole whopping point in swimming.
Oh,
We're
you can
not drowning.
swim.
Yeah,
Congratulations.
originally the plan was to get it through the fighting style.
Was
Alright,
you
let's
not
see
know
the scene
how
for today.
funny that was watching people play a Koibu game and realize that they need swimming proficiencies to swim.
Yeah, and then I remembered, you like Koibu and we're near a lake, you're gonna fuck us over somehow.
Pretty much only play this game because of Koibu.
Do you want me to just ignore the color spray for now and just leave it in undecided?
What was I doing? I was gonna look up purple firm 2E. Actually, no, I don't need that. Gotta go to Koibu's site. People, goblins, spells, actual color spray. Upon casting spell, vivid fan shape colors.
Yeah, isn't it something
Mystics
like
creatures affected under the order of the
isn't it
existence
like
for the
stunned
wizard.
and blind or something? It,
All
like
creatures
depends on...
of the dice, all creatures above the level of the spellcaster, and those of 6 level or 6 hit dice or more, are entitled to a saving throw versus spell. Blind or unseen creatures, not affected creatures that are not allowed or failed to save, and whose hit dice are less than or equal to the spellcaster's level, are struck unconscious for 2d4 rounds. Those are the hit dice of levels 1 or greater than are blinded. How about for color spray? We'll keep using the 5th edition version, but if the creature is within 1 level of you, at least 1 level higher of you, I will allow it to
Feels like
be
suffering for
unconscious
you.
for a level, for a round.
Okay.
And then we'll keep the blind rules for everything else.
Yeah, it's funny because I was looking at like other spells that would like fit the way they have the spells. So I was like, oh, there's cause fear. Cause fear is actually possibly even worse.
Yeah, 5th edition spells are awful.
Yeah, like the first, and then it's like all the other spells like, well, this would make sense for it to be on that subclass whatsoever.
Yeah, my only issue, the only reason why we're not using the 2nd edition spells just off the bat is that the way that saves are handled in 2nd
Yeah,
edition, they
'cause
don't really translate 1-to-1 for 5th.
WizPortCon, yeah.
Yeah.
No,
There's save versus
wait, I'm thinking
ED,
of
paralysis,
3.5.
poison, death. Then there's save versus rod, wand, spell. Then save versus transmutation and something else, and then save versus spell. They don't translate 1-to-1, so that's the only reason why not using them. Otherwise, we'd be using them, and it'd be a very different game. Just waiting on Haku to get into Foundry.
It's
And
not
then
letting me log in.
the rest of it's just trying to figure out what things count as talismans for the sake of max talismans.
No, it's closed all of a sudden. Let me refresh this.
Because, like, reading it, for example,
Oh, that was not a refresh. That was an Alt F4.
like dark talismans.
It's over.
Dark talismans, reading it sounds like it doesn't count as like a talisman.
Doesn't. It's special talisman.
Yeah, that's what I was reading because you said as if rather than if.
Yeah.
Yeah, that Umbral Slate is so bad.
Umbral Sight's great.
Yeah, if it was a spell. This is a class feature that's competing against a 2nd level spell.
Alright, you should be able to get in now, Haku. And everyone else who got booted.
Yeah, so the math was something like 2 dire wolves plus all the attacks is just
Well, dire wolves
absurd
aren't real
because of
world
advantage.
creatures, so
They count as a beast.
a real world creature. That's why it says a natural world, not a natural beast, which is
Yeah, and
different wordings.
here's the part. Um, you explicitly mentioned Griffin in a different part.
Read the words preceding coming directly before it. Like, using this
For me,
page.
I have it highlighted right now.
Yeah, I know. When encountering a natural beast, such as a lion or griffin, natural beast, as opposed to a monstrosity beast, or a fey beast. Then when we go and look at Beastmaster, the words here say creature of the natural world. Granted, in my head, that's probably working for me because I know who wrote it. But if you ask me the question, I could just say it has to be a creature of that's real world. And for whatever reason, you'll go to sage advice and listen to what they say, but when the creator of the rule right here tells you that's not how it works,
Oh no, Griffins are monstrosities.
I gotta tell
That's why I
you,
was confused by it.
all sorts of different shit.
Yeah, that's why I was confused. I was like, you're saying natural beast, and then you have Griffins. Like, wait,
Griffin,
Griffin's
no,
monstrosity.
Griffins in Griffins in this world have evolved naturally.
Okay, so Beastmaster is legitimately terrible all around because of the system shock.
Well, I mean, it's not necessarily supposed to be a weapon.
Just tame a pack of bunnies.
You would die instantly. They have like what, 10 AC? 10 AC, 2 HP?
Just tame a pack
Half
of
HP.
Legion bunnies.
It's true.
Well, they all have half HP.
Okay, so here's the idea. Animal friendship every single day.
Tame a pack of gophers.
We'll just we'll mind corrupt some animal into being our slave.
Just tame Hakus squirrel.
That's not an animal. It won't work with animal friendship.
Well, looks like an animal to me.
I think
Yeah,
the
same.
way that I rule it in my world is that it's actually a real creature that's been summoned and kind of placed under the command of the whoever summoned it.
Oh, nice. So we're stealing his pet. Let's go. It's gonna reveal all of Rowan's secrets.
All right. Are we ready to
Yeah, I'm
play?
here.
Are we ready to play?
Perhaps.
Are we out of our mythic dungeons that I assume we're running?
No, I'm logging into one right now.
Also,
I don't see anyone in any mythic dungeons.
I'm re-rolling Borealis keys every time.
You don't like
Fuck that
Borealis?
place.
Or you don't like the RP dungeon? Hello?
I don't like bosses pulling on trash packs randomly and
Dude, the
being
water
knocked
giant.
back constantly at random intervals in a
Well, here's the fun
on a
part.
fight that's like instant death
That was
if you're
added to the
out of
last
position.
boss. That was added to the last boss.
Yeah, it's awful. It's dumb. It's terrible. I died to like multiple times.
The water giant reset on us in the run I just ran, and it cost us the key.
That sucks.
He just disappeared.
It's also that the water giant's a very whatever boss too. The mechanics incredibly lame.
They changed him too. Instead of it being one wave, it's now two. It's kind of cringe.
It is vaguely a Culling of Strathholm reference. It's a Culling of Strathholm type dungeon. There's just no baking it in like RP,
Yeah,
but you just run through the same amount of trash waves.
the Strath type genre.
There's no soulful RP.
Well, you know what? Here's a really important question for Hyde before we start. Hyde, how much does a griffin egg cost?
Well, money than you got, my boy.
I don't know. Actually, that'd be an interesting thing to learn. Things out.
Because we're going with
tend to
we're
be
going with some we're
wild,
going with some old
intelligent
school
creatures.
lore where you could train them and they'd be loyal. Although they never really did explain how the fuck you deal with the whole Griffin's 180 horses thing when they're trained.
I think once they're trained, it's less of a. I mean, I think the desire for them to eat horses is more of a part of them being a monstrosity, because I think the original idea of a monstrosity is that they were created by a wizard of some sort, kind of like manticores.
Monstrosities are owlbears,
manticores, chimeras.
Which brings up the question: how were griffins created?
Somebody mixed an eagle with a lion, I assume.
But why?
Flying lion.
You got a point. Flying lion sounds like a badass.
Someone heard of the manticore and was like, yeah, what if I didn't give it a snake?
Pretty much. Or a goat. I guess that's a chimera, not manticore. In Terra, the griffin actually evolved from a fey beast and eventually just got bred out to being more of a natural creature. They no longer benefit from devouring people's life force. Nor do they have a fey sight.
I know that Featherfall is going to come in handy eventually. You know it, I know it, we all know it.
Is this your way into goading me to letting you have a griffin, even though...
No, Featherfall is the racial spell.
You took that as a racial spell?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I guess we could stop fooling around and go into our recap for last week. Last week, we had a lot of downtime waiting for a very special moment where we were leading 2 men, plus a third we didn't expect, into an ambush. And you guys had your first combat in 7 or 8 sessions. I think that sounds about right.
No, that's embarrassing when you say it like that.
Boy, was that a special combat. Let me tell you. One of us was waiting for this exact moment to come in this game. 1 month of in-game time, 15 sessions with like 4 or 5 missed sessions, give or take. About half a year. For a very special moment when the pearly white moon of Leyloon decided to go away and become a new moon, and they would undergo their little edgy anime girl transformation, complete with a big sword. And as they stepped into the fray, they rolled a natural 1 on their very first attack. Congratulations, Shinji.
I'm on a toy.
After that, I believe the rest of the combat was actually really easy, and it was very good that Isolta, that our player who plays Isolta came back to the game because
from the massive depression.
Because you guys weren't rolling so hot. You know, except for Rowan Dahl. But Rowan was kind of on his last legs. Even with his regeneration, he was slowly being chipped away by the William Evans and his bag of magical wands. Our spellcaster, the big guy, our Louisiana plantation man, decided to not cast a single spell all fight and instead attempt to grapple a strong guy. His dice were not kind at all. There was no grappling happen. This man is playing as if he is a armored rabbit over in the Dark Marsh in a year from now. Not good. Our elven ranger.
Dude, I can't hit either or. It doesn't matter.
That's why you cast spells that don't have attack rolls.
Magic missile.
Their scythe failing them as usual and making no attacks at all whatsoever.
No, one attack. The entire thing. One.
One attack. And let's just say the
At the very end
3d10
of combat.
the 3d10 horse killing sword. What was it called in Rurouni Kenshin? Was it a Zanbato?
Yeah.
Only thing that kept this party alive. Very funny. I had a very hearty laugh listening to our last session at work. I'm glad I sit pretty much alone. I do want to bring up a note of balance though. Isolta,
Nope.
your sword
Nope.
is
Not happening.
1-2,
Negative.
not 1-1. So, if you want to use your action to do something that doesn't involve attacking with your sword every other round, have at it. I would suggest. I guess you're not a fighter anymore, huh? Fuck.
So is this like a permanent class change?
What?
The barbarian into the apathy, is that a permanent class change?
I mean, with the how long the interval is, it might as well be. So I would say, go take a look at the fighter page and look at the basic combat maneuvers, and you should probably be using those if you're in between rounds, because 3d10 is kind of a crazy thing
Mm,
to be attacking
That's your
every
point,
round
though.
until you have third level.
Nope, it's
Well,
a 1-1.
that was a change that I was intending to put in anyway.
So, wait. At third level, I get 1-1?
Yeah.
Alright, guys, we're going out grinding.
But to get back into what's happening, Eric Evans is dead. Eric Evans is dead. The armored soldier
Oh, we
that came
captured
with
him.
them is dead, and William Evans is on the precipice of death, but captured and in captivity
Oh, okay.
here in the cave. So, why don't we just take it away from there after...
It was Raph was going to go get the card, I believe, as well.
I do think
Correct.
that was a thing. Somebody was ordered to go get the cart and Kara.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And for the rest of you who are still in this cave, what doing?
We're making a story. Put the hat on. Put the hat on, Rowan.
What hat?
So we called Mason guy out.
Say again.
We called the Mason guy out
he's over
from
here.
his hiding spot. Okay. And we are gonna interrogate William Evans.
Okay. Where are you guys doing this? Are you...
At the bedding part of the cave.
Right. All right. You gather around the fire. You have William Evans tied up beside the fire.
Yep, I set I think my needles, some of them to hit and some of them out.
Mm-hmm. Now, are you
And
waiting for them to return with the cart, or are you doing this right away?
I'm doing it while they return with the cart.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I went to go get the cart. I don't remember where Rowan is.
Everyone's free to decide whoever went. Go ahead and decide that now.
I think it was Raph because Rowan tried to steal the wands.
Yeah, no, Rowan and I are going together because I'm gonna try and like convince him to let me see the wands at least.
All right.
I'm
His
going to grab
five random wands.
his staring at my wands. hard sticks.
Yeah, I guess I can mention, Rowan, it is still the 1st of April in game, so if you have any spells you want to cast for free, you can just do it if you have it.
Oh, okay. I cast invisibility.
That's the wrong type of free. That's your stolen spell.
Oh, really?
Oh,
So,
that counts for free as well. Like I said,
Damn.
today was a
Wait,
very
wait.
special day.
So can
Wait, does-
I? Wait, hold on. I can cast as many spells right now. Right?
Yes, if it has concentration, you don't have to worry about that either.
Got it. I cast invisibility and I cast expeditious retreat.
Lord.
Just so you know, you can cast invisibility on other people as well.
And I cast it on Raph.
Good times. Thank God
Honestly,
this,
that's actually the smartest thing Rowan's ever done.
No, he's just doing it just to mock them. Because he still stole the invisibility spell.
Yeah, but I mean, now you guys are invisible and fast.
all right.
Ref doesn't care about whether you stole the spell or not. He knows you're a Looney Tune.
I will race you to the cart.
Well,
Whoa,
you are a quarter of my height. Do you understand how long my stride is compared to yours?
Are you agreeing to this race though? Wait,
I-
all we have is
I
oh,
break off
oh.
in a full sprint before he can respond.
I'm gonna cast grease right in front of him. That's
No
the
way.
spell I got.
Well, what's Grease? What's the dexterity saving throw against your DC, which is, I imagine, like 13 or 14?
Which DC? Like base
Spell
DC?
save
Like,
DC.
Spell save DC? Hold on.
Have you ever looked at the materials for grease, by the way?
No. Haven't.
It's fat or butter. It's literally grease.
Yes, that's the name of the spell.
And
Yeah,
that's
thanks for the
literally
information.
component.
The magic 14. I imagine this grease spell hits the cave exit, I would ask Raph to make me a dexterity saving throw. 14 or higher.
Let me check my dex. 1 sec.
It's also
I
Even
believe
though-
in you, Raph.
Even though Rowan knows that there's grease in front of there, he runs straight through it.
well, Rowan, please make me a dexterity saving throw as well.
Just because you said I can cast all my spells right now, I am doing it.
So, I'd roll with the bonus modifier for saving throw.
Yes. So you'd be rolling it at -2.
Oh, yeah, never mind. You're falling.
We
Well,
both
you
make
both
it through.
pass.
Damn.
All right.
And let it be known, you actually rolled high.
While
But
the
no one knows because we're both still invisible.
I imagine they hear the footsteps clamoring towards the cave.
The thud of like a fucking 300-pound dude running.
The thud of a 15-foot tall sack of mass just barreling down the cave as the pitter patter of tiny elven feet follow.
Okay, Rowan's so light that he'd probably just fucking, like, go flying if he ran.
It's 2 of the 3 Stooges have left. Syl, Isolta, you stand here with William Evans, tied up, looking in whatever direction he's laying. Whichever direction is opposite of his back. Mason stands by sheepishly. And let's see, let's move this guy over here, and let's move this guy over here. Imagine this is how. Why is there another Syl token?
Wait, where?
There's the old token and there's the new one.
Yeah, that's the one that was dropped here, and I was trying to drag it to see if I had the new one, but I don't see it anywhere.
You don't see the new one?
No. I have a broken image link. I'll refresh.
This is really weird how this how Foundry is working, but whatever. Mason stands by sheepishly. The girl, she kind of just sits there with her flat affect. What's going on right now, Silta? As you prepare your needles.
It looks like I'm stuck loading. Connection timed out.
Strange.
Yeah, give me 1 second.
Okay, I'm refreshing the thing again. Because, I don't know why the game doesn't want you guys in here.
It's because we were rolling too high. I got to reset that session to where we're rolling like doo-doo ass.
Connection appears to be closed. Refreshing again. Logging out. Logging back in.
Sir, please clear cache. Restart browser. Do the needful kindly.
Alright. Full out returning to setup, which is going to disconnect all of you.
My seeding, bros. No.
It's over. We were balling out.
This was all a ploy. I never was having issues. I just wanted to make sure you rolled like shit.
Okay, it's still a red
rolled
X.
shit too.
I am now Alt F4ing.
Crabs in a bucket. Oh my god.
Oh, so Foundry just like died on you?
No, it's just the connections are closed.
Weird.
Indeed.
Oh, it's coming up again.
It's green. Get
Yeah,
in.
I had the broken image icon. So I didn't actually see anything on the board when I tried to move the token on.
Get in the game.
Yeah,
Get in the game before it
I
goes
saw
red.
the old one. I saw the old one, so I figured I'd move the new one there. Okay, that's better.
Get in the game. Get in the game. Refresh. Alright. What are we waiting on? I'm waiting on Zolta to come back.
Yes.
Wait, do you have two music tracks playing at once?
Yes. One is supposed to be Windswept Plains, but I think there's another one playing.
Yeah, Protean Fields, but Windswept doesn't seem to be doing anything.
I was doing something.
Alright.
Well, this is kind of cool. We can individually control the audio on the song now.
Yeah, you guys have your own volume controls.
That's neat.
I gotta basically play these at max so I can even be audible to anybody. All right, you stand before William Evans. You have your tools. What are you doing?
Is he awake?
Yes, he's been awake for a bit.
Alright.
Has he been gagged?
No.
Okay.
Only hands broken.
Okay. Are his hands tied in front of him or behind him?
Behind.
Okay. All right.
Alright, so what was the whole idea here? I squat in front of him.
He stares at
ask.
you with contempt. Would you say that your features are more on the elven side, or do you take a lot from your father?
No, features are more on the human side.
Okay.
I mean,
You are human.
you
I
are
know
born. Yeah.
that. But even then, when sired by another race, sometimes the creature will inherit more features that are typical, but not like hard features, I guess you could say. So like a human sired by a dwarf would still kind of have like a maybe stronger jawline or something, be on the shorter
No.
side or stockier side, but they'd still be very much human. And it goes the same with every other race that is capable of semi-crossbreeding, or the way it works in this world. Yeah, he just stares at you with contempt. He doesn't say anything. And then his eyes wander towards Mason.
All right, I will pin one of my needles in one of his nerves
Okay.
to cause pain.
Okay. He winces and grimaces a bit. Come on now. I know you're much more capable than that.
All right. So what's your plan with this girl then? I look at the tied up girl.
He kind of gives a little bit of a chuckle. It's not an answer that It's not an answer that you'd care for.
Right. How healthy does he look?
He is on death's door. He is.
Alright.
I think he was attacked twice. His shirt. There are 2 holes on his shirt that are about the size of a baseball each. Underneath, or at least where there should be cloth, is just either a big bruise and open wounds. His once green tunic is now soaked red with blood. He is growing pale. He shakes a little. He has some sweats.
Did someone cast Spare the Dying on him?
No. He never hit 0 HP. Pretty sure he just got really, really lucky
Really
and then
low.
put to sleep.
Okay. So would excruciating pain cause like HP damage or just Put you or use like put you to sleep.
There is a
unconscious.
damage type I use called pain damage. If pain damage is temporary damage, and if you hit 0 HP via pain damage, you go unconscious, and there's a chance to have a system shock. It doesn't look like he could take much at all.
Right. How familiar are you with torture methods?
What kind of torture methods are we talking about?
So causing enough causing enough pain to make him go unconscious, and then using, in this case, smelling salts. Normally, it would be adrenaline to wake him up. Do it again and again.
So you just kind of want to death loop him, essentially.
Yes.
Well, if that's how you want to go about it, I'll allow you to do it. Essentially, this thing you're doing with the nerves, the acupuncture nerve needle stuff, that will count as pain damage. He has 1 HP, so no matter what you do, he's gonna hit that 0 HP threshold. And I don't remember how I wrote system shocks into this. I think.
What about a healer's kit?
What about a healer's kit?
Because you made some changes to how they're used, correct? It's not just auto pass on the stabilization.
I believe I did. I know that there's a feat I made involving healer's kits, but I don't think healer's kits are going to do anything here. They definitely don't heal unless you have the healer feat, I think.
No, the feat makes it so it heals them or gives them consciousness.
Well,
I was just thinking while Isolta does this, Syl should probably try to make sure that he won't actually die from Rowan putting golf balls in him.
well, I don't think what Isolta is doing will cause death, just because, unless it's an actual system shock failure and a critical system shock failure. All right. Every time he goes unconscious from pain damage, he is going to make a constitution check. If he fails that check, he's going to end up making a system shock check. And then if he fails a system shock, he gets a severity roll. That will determine the outcome of what that happens. It could be just he goes unconscious and stays unconscious. He goes unstable and he goes into death saves. He dies, which is the worst of it. So, if that's how you wish to proceed, you may proceed.
No, I guess he's a bit too damaged right now. I will just wait for the card.
Okay. Mason looks a bit confused that you're holding off of torturing this man he believed to be a friend who had betrayed him and attempted to kill his would-be wife that he still has never met. Rowan and Raph.
Okay, but who won the race? How do we decide that?
Roll a 1d100 each of you.
I think Rowan
Lowest wins.
will, because he casts Expeditious Retreat on himself.
On both.
On both? Oh, in that case, then Raph. He's got that long stride. He's got that 40 movement speed for being a giant.
I can't see fucking Rowan, so I don't even know what's there.
You guys have no idea who won because you're standing there by the cart. You're both there you're both there right now, and you're like, did I do it? Did I win?
I yell out, so who won? You touched the cart.
I've been here for 10 minutes, you long-eared fuck. Get in the cart.
I get in the
What
cart.
cart?
How we went?
You guys got a wagon.
No, we walked here.
We did, but we're
You
going
walked-
back.
Yeah, you walked to the cave, but I'm pretty sure there was an order to go and get the cart and Kara. You
Yes,
said
from
Kara.
the town.
Yeah, where do you think you're going? Where do you think they're going?
Are they already at the town?
I mean, how else are we gonna get there?
Okay.
Except for, do you want to just wait? Do you want to role play out the little race that they're having?
No,
They're
Steel
invisible, so
ball
they have
run.
no idea who's in the lead.
It's a steel ball
They-
run, but fucking what's it called? Jinkei edition.
alright. Keep going then.
You guys get the cart. You guys find Kara. You guys ride back to the cove. The area down by the lake is a bit too narrow, and there is no real path you can take the cart on, so you gotta park it up on top by the cliff. But it's close enough.
While we're riding, I want to ask Rowan to see the wands. Now,
I-
Rowan,
I hold up the wands, knowing that they're invisible still.
Rowan, I could tell
Yeah.
you what those wands
I don't
do.
know how they got Kara and the cart when they are invisible, but okay.
We're so
How
loud.
did they get inside the town?
We are just loud as.
Invisibly?
We just walked through. Kara, we said, hey, it's us. Don't worry about it. Like, things are going on.
I mean, actually, you know what? That is true. They probably had to actually flag someone down and stop being invisible to get into town. Because the gates would be closed by nightfall.
Can't we just jump over it?
Do you have the spell jump?
No. How far is it?
I think it adds 10 feet.
No, I
It's
mean,
probably not high enough.
how big is- Oh, okay, never mind. Yeah, we probably are out of invisible. Yeah.
I mean, it is still a special day for you. You just recast invisibility all you want. How did these line up? I love how these lined up. All right. You guys are right on back. And do you still let him see the wand? The wands?
I was just going to say, Rowan, I can let you know what those wands do. You don't have to hand them back. However,
Yeah, I just literally just show it to him like I'm like doing the Wolverine claws.
I
I
think
tell what each one does.
I know that Syl has the bag with 5 wands. Did you pick up the wands that are on the floor and the bag that had 1 wand? Correct?
Yeah, so I have a total of 3 wands.
3 wands. One wand has a sort of pinkish aura that glimmers and sparkles. That is, you know that to be the aura of enchantment. It is fading, looking kind of weak. Another wand has a similar aura. It doesn't look like it's fading, though it does look faint. And then the third wand, the one that's in the bag, I think that would be. It looks like has a sort of like a shining gleam to it. Like if you're looking at a window and the window was super transparent and clean, so to the point that it didn't look like there was a window there until the light shone on it and the light kind of runs across it. Have this little sort of anime sheen every once in a while. You know that to be abjuration. And it has a stable aura.
Alrighty, Rowan. There ain't nothing out of the ordinary with him. That enchantment one's about to die, though.
Okay, but what does it do?
That you don't know. That you need the
I just
identify
know.
spell.
I know the schools of magic that they're from. I don't know what they do.
Perfect. I'll just use it on something. I put it back in my pouch.
All right. You guys make it back to the cove. You can park the cart atop the cliff. And do you enter the cave?
Yes. What happened with the magical items from what's his name? I got all those, right?
You or Syl? I'm pretty sure Syl was doing all the
Yeah, they are all here.
gobbling. I know that they're all written down.
Yeah, it's written down in the thread. I'll invite Isolta over to it.
All right. I will be like next to the girl, trying to ask her questions. Like, what's his interest with her and stuff like that?
She tries pretty hard to avoid your locking eyes with you. Eventually she ends up just kind of craning her head in the direction of William. She doesn't respond at all. She doesn't seem distressed though.
Can I force her to look at me?
You can try, yeah.
All right, I will try.
You try to impose your eyes into her gaze.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And she tries to avoid your gaze. It's like a little game of it's like an autistic staring contest.
Ah, yeah. All right. Do I see the giant enter the cave?
Yes.
All right, time to go.
So you're loading William.
Yep.
The girl.
Yep.
And taking Mason.
Yep.
Right.
I mean, he's free to go, but I mean, he can hitch a ride with us.
All right. You guys leave the cave. As you leave the cave, the weather outside is still just like it was before you entered. The lake is also still uneasy, unsettled. And Isolta, give me a insight check as you pass by the water on the way to the cliff.
All right.
So we came back and picked them up, right?
Yes.
So we see the river, right?
River?
Or whatever. No. Well, we're right next to a cave and
Yeah, they're
lake,
right next to a cave and there's a lake beside it.
yeah. And I have unlimited spell slots, right?
Technically, yeah.
Perfect.
Until I feel you've gotten too silly.
I yell out, "Not my problem, not my problem." Every time I yell it out, I cast grease into water.
What
Could
would
you like
happen
sit
with that?
float on the water, wouldn't it?
You see the grease hit the top of the water. And, as oil does, it rises to the top. But eventually, and usually, not eventually, but rather quickly, it dissipates, and the grease becomes no more.
We're gonna get bodied by fucking druids. And show up and be like, who's been dumping grease?
Isolta.
Yeah.
When you're in this form, is your weapon always present?
It can change forms.
Where's your weapon right now?
With me.
What is it? Is it
It's still a greatsword.
okay?
Or
You feel your weapon, and it swings in the direction towards the cliff face, as if it's trying to drag you up and away from the lake.
Alright, calm down. We're not going into the lake.
Aside from that,
The lake's being polluted.
you guys make it up the cliff face. You make it up the little path, you get to the cart. You got your prisoners, you got Mason, and where y'all riding?
So here's the question: is anyone even helping Syl move things into the cart?
I will assist Syl with moving things.
Okay, you load the cart with stuff.
Since there's quite a bit of gold that we're owed.
Alright,
We'll just consider it an interest payment.
Even if I wanted to help, I don't think Rowan would be able to help at all.
You pick up
I'm
one
genuinely
wand at a
surprised.
time.
Yeah, I'm genuinely surprised you can even carry a wand by itself.
I
You
will
guys
look
load the
at
cart.
Yep, I will look at Isolta and ask her, now where to, miss?
back to town. It's
Anywhere in particular?
my state. I will look at Mason and ask him if he doesn't mind saying that these two are prisoners of him at the gate.
You want me to tell them that they're my prisoners?
If they ask, yeah.
Wait, who is Holta pointing to me and so?
Wait, I'm gonna ask him if the Greythorns would mind if they are prisoners.
I don't believe the Greythorns would mind. I'm here at the behest of the Trotter. I mean, I do believe they want us to solve our own problems. I'm not entirely sure.
Alright, that's fair enough for me. Let's go. Game paused. Game on pause. Game paused. Game on pause.
Alright. You guys ride back to town. Get to the gates. Call out to the gates. One of the guards will recognize Raph and Rowan. It's like, oh, hey, they're back. And they know, what's this? And Mason will explain to them, like, well, there was a problem that we had, and I contracted these people to help me resolve it. And he'll point to them. He's like, he'll explain that these two are prisoners of me right now, and with a little bit of charisma, a lot of bit of charisma. He explains that he's going to be taking them back to Villador soon, and they're going to be put on trial over there.
Yeah.
Greythorn,
They're making it in Veldor, alright.
the Greythorn, he approves legal processes and all that. They let you guys in, no problem.
Make Velador great again.
You guys
Alright,
ride towards the Terzani estate in town.
correct.
All right. We can get off this. And delete all these drawings here. All right.
What the
Make it-
fuck? My Amogus drawing.
We don't need those.
My cool S drawing.
I'm gonna draw racial slurs on the map.
We approach the Terzani estate. What are you guys up to?
Alright, I'm gonna go look for Anne real quick
Mhm.
and tell her that I captured the son of On. The other one is dead, but the important one is alive.
You mean the man who was responsible for the assassination of Huiru?
Correct.
And how do you wish to proceed with his capture?
Well,
Of course, at this point, he will
he's
be
in
disposed of eventually.
he's currently in a bad state, so I decided not to do too much to him. But questioning is in order, I guess.
I imagine you wish to keep him here until he recovers enough to be interrogated.
We can keep him here or go to Jinkei, either way. But right now, I think he needs to recuperate a bit.
Of course. I will see to it that he begins his recuperation. Do you have
And
plans to go back to Jinkei, or do you wish to handle things here and immediately?
I will see how it goes, but I will remind her that the guy is a spellcaster, and that's why his hands are broken right now.
I'll be as careful as can be. She will go and find a couple of elves to carry him into one of the buildings in the back.
And then, as for the girl, he had a lot of interest in her, but I don't know why. She refuses to answer any questions, and she doesn't look too upset of being captured.
Do you wish to keep her here as well?
I don't really mind, but I'm just curious about what's so special.
Is she cheeked up?
They would walk into a trap, basically, to free her.
Well, obviously important somehow. I will see if I can get anything out of her. If she responds to anything. The girl is tied up too, correct?
Yes.
She'll wait for those elves to return, and she'll have them bring her back to the back house. And what of Mr. Pearson?
I will talk to him.
Will he be returning to Velador soon?
More than likely, yes.
Very well. Seems the business of his political marriage is now taken care of. Does he know of her fate?
No.
Well, I'll let you handle that as you please. Is there anything else that you need of me?
Not now, thank you.
She
I
gives
will-
you a bow.
I nod back at her and walk towards Mason.
Mason's currently outside, probably on like the porch of the building, sort of pacing back and forth anxiously. Yes, Miss Terzani, is this dreadful business concluded?
It is. I will keep both of them for interrogation. And as for you, I recommend you look into your ranks, see if there's any dissent about this, and cleanse them, if you will. I don't know how into the sounds of Aun you are, but I mean, they are clearly up here to cause you issues. As for your marriage, I will try to contact Miss Rue and see if she wants to proceed or not. But for now, I think it's better if you go back to Belidor.
Well, I have a lot to think about. If someone this close to me and my family was willing to betray me, I worry about what might be waiting for me when I get back home. Though returning alone might not be such a problem anymore, I guess. I do apologize for how we have met, but I guess I do have to thank you regardless. He gives you a sort of a curtsy. And
I nod back at him.
until we meet again, or if we meet again, goodbye.
Goodbye.
He begins walking off in a direction. Well, what are you guys doing?
Hanging out at Zolta's place currently.
It's like what, probably like 3 a.m. or something?
Probably, yeah.
Try not to fucking pass out. That's what we're trying to do.
I want to examine the medallion.
It is a rather fine medallion. It looks like it's what's the word? Not, you don't carve metal, but like actually I guess you can. It is,
Depends on how soft the metal is.
it's brass. I don't think that's that soft, is it? Brass is softer.
It's
You need
not
some-
soft for carving. It can be
Not for
molded
carving,
though.
yeah.
Yeah, it can be molded.
Yeah, it's a very fine molded medallion. It's a lion's head. The eyes are painted green. And the chain that holds it is rather sturdy. It's not very decorative, aside from the fine craftsmanship. I do believe that had something on it, right?
It was magical.
What did I not say it was?
If you check the thread, I have
Divination.
everything
It was
listed.
divination. You wrote unknown, but I did say it was divination.
Oh no, that was unknown for the value.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it has a divination aura on it.
Damn, so it won't transform Raph into a woman.
Quick find a transmutation item.
I believe the divination aura is sort of like a white swirly mist that seems to follow itself around.
Okay, Hive. So he has detect magic through his subclass, and he has the eyes.
Yes,
Should
I
he
believe I addressed that last week.
Yeah.
He doesn't need
I
to
don't
use an
say
action.
he is. Damn, there goes him being able to actually identify what's with them.
He doesn't need to use an action to know the auras, and he will know stuff beyond just these magical schools. Or at least he'll be able to recognize them, maybe not know them. He'll be able to see them.
I go over to Syl. I'm like, Syl, can you swing one of those daggers? See how they actually fucking hit me? Because Rowan is still very pissed off that he got hit by that dagger and almost kills him and like cuts him in half.
Are you asking me to stab you?
Right, I will invite the Ritters to spend the night here.
Actually, you know what? I am fully healed right now. Go ahead. I like just puff up my chest.
Go on.
Well,
Let's see what happens.
yeah.
So we'll just slowly stand up from trying to wipe the blood off the armor and
Okay. You
hold the
don't stab
bandolier
me.
in one arm.
I don't stab me. It's gonna hurt. But like swing the thing at me and like make that gust of wind happen. Unless that was a spell or skill. I don't know. Just do it. Try it.
And she'll just throw a dagger at his stomach.
Roll an attack roll. Just if he's letting it happen, just don't roll under 10.
Lord.
I guess. Would the cold shot penalty still
No,
apply
do
here?
it. Do it. Roll it.
Would the cold shot
Yes.
penalty still apply here?
If you're
Okay.
still trying to aim directly for a piece, you got a called shot no matter what. Yeah.
Almost missed.
You, Rowan, you get a dagger directly to your gut. Is it one of the steel daggers?
Yeah, it's one of the steel daggers from the bandolier.
All right. Do a roll damage. This uses your dexterity
I
or
thought
your
they were
strength.
bronze.
No, the daggers from the bandolier are steel.
Hmm.
A rarity. Rowan, you just take
Just
a
fucking yeeted.
big ol' 7 points of damage as one of these steel daggers enter your gut.
Oof. It didn't do the magic swirly thing. I like just pick out the dagger.
I mean, how do you expect me to know how to use this bandolier?
You know, I try and swing it.
Let me see the bandolier.
So we'll hand the bandolier over to Raph.
Rowan is swinging the dagger.
Perhaps hunches that it's like an enchantment type thing.
I will take the amulet and put it on.
I have the amulet. Fuck you. You can't take that.
You're distracted with the dice.
Raph, I've already given you the information you could glean from this bandolier. It has a yellowish aura that the aura kind of spots in and out. It is the School of Conjuration. It is a moderate aura. Not actually moderate. It's a weaker aura, but it's stable.
So, Raph, you're a magic person. What can you tell us about it? Do you know anyone who can tell us anything? What it actually does?
I do actually know a fellow that might have a better idea about the specific enchantments for most of these items, what they might be able to do. I can go and ask him about them tomorrow.
Well, you, me, and Rowan can go there tomorrow with every magic item that you can find here.
Just go to a random magic pawn shop with all our ill-gotten goods and just go, hey, can I all these.
Ill-gotten would imply that we stole them or murdered for them. It was
Kind of
self-defense.
did.
It was an
Self-defense.
ambush.
There was self-defense, but like
They attacked first.
it's true.
I think the
He might not
kidnapping
meet
is
with
an
y'all,
extenuating
but-
circumstance, but okay.
I will be able to meet with him. Same place we went to last time, or same place y'all two hung out at.
What are you talking about? Lakeshore is a stand your ground state.
Amen, brother. That's what I'm saying.
Castle doctrine, baby.
And that cave was our castle.
I don't think there are any castles here, Rowan.
It was our domicile.
It was someplace we had called home.
And then we can see if we can sell off the rest of it. See how much money we can get. Makes up for the 50 that's long overdue. Then we
Quite
have
a
to
bit, I
factor in
imagine.
the murder attempts. And then still we'll just go back to cleaning everything up.
All right. Anything you guys wish to do before you go to bed? It is 3
Yeah, I'm gonna
a.m.
ask Raf to check on that medallion.
Well, it's divination. What it does specifically, I do not know.
As in, give it to me so I can check it.
I'm gonna have my man check it. What are you so interested in this medallion for?
I want to check it. It's an arts kind of thing.
An arts kind of thing.
Yeah, it looks nice.
I never took you for a purveyor of the finer arts.
Really?
No, I did not.
Why not?
You just never seemed like a type. More of a murderer type.
Alright, whatever.
All right. Y'all go to sleep. You sleep
We
late
honk
hours or
shoe,
till the
honk
sun
shoe,
rises?
me. Probably like 10 or 11.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That would be 11 if you want to sleep the full 8.
Yeah.
All right. You guys get yourself
And
some.
And in specific, Syl will make sure to weigh down Rowan's blanket using like the armor, so he can't get out and try to steal anything.
This is my my autism weighted blanket right now.
Except you can't get out.
That's the way I like it, though.
You guys go to sleep. Wake up just before noon. What are you guys doing today?
Well, I'm gonna gather up the magical items. Let's go ask Mr. Chris about.
And Syl will forcibly drag Rowan along because Rowan otherwise will not let go of those wands.
All right.
Yeah, I
I
follow.
will go check out that family estate where Mason was staying. See what's going on.
All right.
While enjoying a cafe in the cafe like next to it or in front of it.
I remember. You go and check it out.
I do in fact go and check it out.
Yes, I was just looking at something. I just realized that the never mind. It's nothing. Anyway, you go and check it out. It looks like, well, kind of looks like business as usual. There are in the early morning, you'll see servants coming out, tending to the yard. There is a new person out there tending to the horses. They seem to be struggling a bit with them. No sign of Mason. Or how long do you intend to stake out?
Just an hour.
Yeah, no sign of Mason during an hour. You do see that one friend of his that I believe was struck in the face by him.
Mm-hmm.
But aside from that, not much. There is something that does stand out. There are a couple of gray thorns in standing outside the gate. They have great swords slung on their shoulder. They look like gray thorns don't generally wear heavy armor, but they do look like they have an armor of some sort. Usually it's a hardened leather or a nicely treated hide of some sort.
Mm-hmm.
And they stand out by the gate. That's it. It's the only real difference. That's the only thing that stands out of place.
All right. I will just go around the street, see if there's any interesting shop around. Maybe go to the market or bazaar, whatever. See anything interesting in there.
Interesting how?
Something new or not particularly from here, or something that's not seen every day in here, which basically means kind of magical or something like that.
Mm-hmm. Yes, the part where the players go and fish for magic items. Don't need this song anymore. Or this song. Roll me a luck check. Hmm. Indeed.
And what are you gonna do with that, Mr. DM?
Well, I was gonna use your luck check to determine which of the two luck checks I was gonna roll with. You walk through the bazaar, and at the same time, you see a cart pass by in one direction, and that wizard from your first visit here when you bought all, or when you looked at all those potions. He also is there as well, and he is casting a spell. The cart that catches your eye has a handful of live creatures, as well as some unique looking accessories.
I will check that card.
Okay. As you go to the cart, just before the rider or the driver is about to whip the cart into a quicker pace, you'll see the magi that you had spoken to the first time disappear in a flash of purple and blue.
Huh.
And here we go, town music. You stop the cart. The driver takes a look at you. Oh, yes. I was just about to leave, but there's anything you see here you can maybe buy?
I wanted to take a look, yes.
Yes. Un momento. He hops off. He goes to the they're like a window on the cart. He pulls it open. Suit yourself. Take a look. There are a few things here and there. Trade far and wide. Sorry, language not so good here. You not hear this?
God damn it, as soon as I said that, it started.
All right. So what do I see in the card?
There is a cage with a small bird. It's green. Has a couple of like. It has a very colorful tail of green, red, and yellow, and blue. On its head are a couple of red feathers that kind of stick out like a moth antenna.
But is there any black slime cat?
There is no black slime cat.
Damn.
Don't forget, if anything has a collar on it. A magical looking collar.
Yeah, I'm not giving it to you.
Just take it off, bro.
There is what looks like a tiny dragon. I think this one is has a brassy, bronzy color.
Mm-hmm.
There is a rat that looks like it's sitting down in its cage, like leaning against the cage, and it kind of just looks as people pass by as it nibbles on, I think, a piece of bread. That's all for the creatures. Aside from that, there are a lot of little accessories made of like twine and feather. You have a bracelet that looks like it's made of feathers on one side, and then a leather strap with twine that goes around the back, bearing of feathers. There is a necklace that has what looks like a tooth, or it looks like a piece of black rock in the shape of a tooth. And then there is, let's see if this is, I should probably roll for this one. Ew. Huh. It's one of those numbers that should just be a good roll. Although, I'm not sure if I should give this to you guys, because I know your guys' track record with this shit.
With what?
You know, stuff. You see a strangely smooth composite stone orb. And one accessory stands out because it's not like the others. It's a leather collar of some sort. Has not a bell. It has two metal rings around it, kind of like belt loops that go around the front. But they're not belt
Oh, nice.
loops.
We're going to turn rap into a sub.
A what?
It's a BDSM call. It's going to
Yeah,
turn you
it's a
into a
BDSM
sub.
color.
You need to kill yourself.
All right, so I'm gonna ask him about the bracer, the necklace, the orb, and the collar.
Bracer. It is a trinket back from old human lands. Old human lands. It's a shaman. A shaman's totem. And then what was else? I don't need a roleplay in this. What am I doing? It was the bracer, the necklace, the
orb, and the
orb
collar.
and the collar. The necklace he claims is a trophy. A trophy of some sort of it was made from. Why can't I find my words? It was a trophy made by a shaman after killing a fey beast, which is his claim is. The orb, it's just a very unique and pretty looking stone orb. He thought maybe he could sell it to somebody. And the collar he got from a passing magi a few months ago. He traded it for another item.
Alright, I will look straight at the rat in the cage and ask about the dragon.
Okay.
Homie.
He says that the dragon is
How does the rat react?
how are you looking at him?
Just looking at the rat.
Staring at him?
Yeah. He has a funny pose.
He stops like tracking people passing by and looks directly at you. Then he gives you a little wave and goes back to nibbling on his bread. The trader tells you that the dragon is like magi like to summon them. He doesn't know where they came from or how they're made, but he got that from a magi in a card game. It's a strange creature, seems somewhat intelligent, but ultimately can't do much. Is trainable, although he doesn't know how to train them.
If I talk to the dragon, does it kind of understand me?
What do you say?
Get the rat. Get the rat. You hear Rowan's voice tell you to get the rat.
I ask him how he is, or yeah, something like that. How he feels, how he is.
The dragon thing looks at you and kind of cranes its head to the side, kind of like a dog does. It then hops off of its little roost and kind of grabs onto the cage in your direction and sticks its head out the cage a bit and sniffs at you and hops back off the cage and back onto its little roost. It knows what you're saying. It's they don't communicate well unless you have the that magi power to tame those creatures, you know?
Alright. So, how much for this fella? I point at the dragon. This fella, I point at the rat. And these two things, I point at the collar and the orb.
Oh, well, I got that boy in a card game. Don't really know what to do with him, man. The rat, he's also a smart one too. I think he might be a magi's, I don't know what they call him. A minion. I guess I could give him as a package deal, because they do cost a lot in food. The dragon likes to eat. The rat not so much. Give him table scraps, he's happy. 25 silver for those two?
Okay.
And then you want the... What else do you want? You want the collar and...
The orb.
The collar, I'm not sure what that is yet. Can't find someone to make heads or tails of it. I do know that it does have magic on it though. So, it's gonna be a pretty penny. Or, I'm not sure if a penny exists. It's gonna be a pretty copper. The orb, no one seems interested in that. So, I say you buy the collar. I give you the orb for free as a bonus deal. Make room on my shelf. Not afraid to drop it and break it. 1 gold, 20 silver.
Alright, I will give you 1 gold, 25 silver if you include this necklace here.
A necklace?
Yes.
I guess around these parts, people aren't too fond of occult stuff, huh? I've carried that
Not
for quite a
much, no.
while. Alright, I'll give that to you two.
Alright, I hand him 1 gold, 25 silver.
Pleasure doing business.
I nod at him. Alright, time to carry all this stuff to my stead.
Alright. Three Stooges. Raph, Rowan, Sill. You guys are going to the Black Cauldron, I assume? Are all of you going?
Yeah, I'm just following Raph now.
Okay.
Is it still the same day?
Yes, it is still April the 1st.
Would it cause a ruckus if I just kept on spamming
Yes.
invisibility and turning the invisibility off and on?
Yes.
Yes.
No
it
one likes
would.
magic in this part of the world, by the way.
No one likes magic in any part of the world.
Especially when you're just doing it constantly.
It's, magic is very much not liked anywhere in the world unless it's divine magic, and divine magic is being used benevolently. The Black Blooms are the most tolerant of magic in general, but they understand and respect it. You're in a unified city, so it's 2 parts not Black Bloom, only 1 part Black Bloom, and there's foreigners here as well, so that might cause a problem. All right, Raph. Is he back? He's not back. God, I hate this guy. Tips veiled
Same.
hat
I hope
respectfully
he
towards your
dies.
general direction, Marula.
Just a silent Raph not saying a word while Scylla's trying to cover Rowan's mouth so he can't cast any spells.
Well, I guess we'll continue with Assaulta for a bit. Is there anything you wish to do at the Trezani estate?
Bum around.
Just a
Gonna
little bit of chill and relax and Max and all cool. Hanging outside at the Chizani estate at school.
Hello? I am back.
Never mind.
Well, the
we're
only
going back
couple
to
of
Raph.
guys that were up to no good is
My bad.
party.
Raph, you make your way to the Black Cauldron with your 2 elven slaves in tow.
Fucking slaves!
Get over here.
I imagine you go directly to Chris.
Yeah.
Okay. The luck rolls just like him being here. Yeah, you'll see Chris off in the corner. It's noontime. He doesn't seem to have a meal with him, but he does have a light drink and a book.
I'll walk up to him and greet him. Mr. Chris!
Oh, Mr. Costu. How goes your studies?
Very well.
Making
fact-
progress?
I have made a great deal of progress on my scrolls, but I have also brought a couple items here I'd like you to have a look at,
Oh?
if you don't mind.
Well, if I can provide the help, I don't see why not. Oh, what do you have for me, Mr. Ambrosius Costu?
We'll hand him the medallion.
Ah,
This here, one of my comrades was very interested in, and I was curious what type of spell. I know it's a divination spell, but I cannot discern what specifically it does.
wise to the auras of magic, I see. Well, it will take some time to divine whatever this may be. Do you understand the concept of magical identification?
I'm familiar with it, but I haven't actually
Are
haven't
we?
ever
Are we?
learned to identify.
So are we with Raph, or did we just?
No,
Oh,
he's
no,
in
You're
the
just staying upstairs.
yeah, he's in the cool kids
Oh,
part of
he
the
left us.
tavern.
Oh, he's in the leather club.
Yeah. He is 2 doors down. It will take me approximately 8 hours to perform the ritual that'll allow me to understand whatever magic is imprinted upon this item.
I'd appreciate it if you could.
And
The other one,
other one?
there's a couple items, so
Well,
we've come into possession of quite a few.
word of advice for my nubile friend. Always be upfront with how many items you need identified. It is a lengthy process, and you do not want to spring a new one off on whoever you're paying.
It's true. I will compensate you for your time since it's quite a few items.
I would have given you the first one free, but if it is quite a few items, I would expect a little bit of money heading my way. How many items do you require?
Can we flash back to? Did I get the wands from Rowendal, or did still get the wands from Rowendal?
Sil
they are
has
with you.
5 wands, Rowan has 3.
Then there's also the steel longsword, the main gouge, and the bandolier with
Is
daggers.
the longsword enchanted?
Yes. No, not the longsword. It's
No, it is.
no, there's a short sword. The steel longsword is regular. There was
I'll hand him.
the steel short sword
5
that's rusting
wands.
over.
I'll hand him the 5 wands, the short sword, the main gouge, and the necklace.
Oh dear. This doesn't look like an ill-advised trek into the Varfell Mountains. Is that man that you and your people are having trouble with taken care of?
He is. Man, these are the spoils.
Ah, very well. So, I believe a celebration is also in order for your endeavors.
Indeed. I will go and get him a. Let me remember. Chris always just likes beer, so I'm going to get him a tankard, and I'll get a tankard as well.
Okay. Very good. Did your studies of the invisibility scroll pay off?
I did.
Ah.
And I was able to use the spell. Granted, one of my comrades has now stolen said spell, which is a very funny turn of events, but
Stolen the spell. You don't say.
I'm surprised by how adept he is at magic. It juxtaposes very funnily with how foolish and, quite frankly, retarded the man is.
He laughs at this. Well, it seems you are running with a very interesting crew. This man, is he one of those weird sorts who tends to carry an instrument about them and speak of heraldries of some sort of thing or creature?
Not that I know of.
Interesting.
He's
Well, I take it that when you handled this scroll, you burned it, correct?
It did indeed burn.
Well, that is a well earned feat itself, especially for you not being a learned magi. He raises the tankard. Cheers to development.
Cheers.
It takes a swig. So you have, let's say, I'm not going to Mince words. You have a pretty penny in magical items here, friend. This is quite a lot. You said that you've already learned of what auras they carry, correct?
That is correct. I'll
Are there
list off
any
the auras.
particularly strong auras?
I don't remember where any of them. I know they all had specific auras, but I don't think any of them. Had
I think
particularly
the
strong ones.
bandolier was the strongest of them. It was a pulsing,
It was a
moderate.
moderate, yeah.
conjuration. I think the short sword was weak,
Yeah, the
and you
short
never
sword was
looked at the
fading.
and you never looked at the main gouge.
No, he didn't.
Pass this information on to him. I did look at the gouge. It was conjuration.
I'm pretty sure it was the gouge was not conjuration. Actually, was it?
Wasn't it?
No, the
It
gouge was
conjuration.
the gouge was abjuration. It was either
Which one?
abjuration or
Street
evocation.
abjuration.
I don't remember.
I
Either
should
way,
have made actual notes. I'm retarded, but
yeah, all the auras are moderate, so you can pass it off to them.
I should have made notes. Says the D&D player. 20 sessions in.
I have a lot of notes. You chuckle fuck. I have a lot of notes about my scrolls, and this little like note box is getting a bit too big. I have to like transfer them all over to like Notepad now. I'm going to kill you.
Yeah, don't take notes on your character sheet. It's always gonna end up being bad. Well, this will probably take me a little bit of time to do all of this. Generally, when a wizard identifies a magical item, it will cost them a decent amount of vitality. Wizards of lesser constitution might find themselves bedridden or even unconscious after doing such a thing. You need not worry about me, however. I am not of a weak constitution. It will, however, cost a good deal of time and a lot of mana.
How much would you want for your time? Being that you're a friend, whatever you need.
I'd say 50 silver would suffice.
I'll give him 2 gold. That seems a bit low for the effort, sir.
Well, if we're playing it that way. He'll raise his hand. Can we get another beer or two over here, please?
I will also pay for the next round.
Might as well enjoy the day before I find myself face down on a bed for 2. Actually, I gotta figure out how many spell slots this is gonna cost him. I can have this all done for you in 2 days.
Take your time, sir. I'll come back in 2 days. Check
Very
up
well.
on you, see how it's going.
That's assuming that there aren't any surprises hidden in them. Might need an extra casting or 2. But if your assessment of the items are correct, I should not have to worry about that.
I believe in my ability.
Well, to well-earned spoils. He'll raise his tankard one more time.
I will knock my tankard against his and drown the whole thing.
Yep, he attempts to do the same. Alright. What are you guys doing now?
I'm going to go up and pass this information on to my associates.
Trying to stop Rowan from singing in this place. Or casting spells.
Well, don't you worry about that. They'll handle Rowan. And if they don't like Rowan, it was nice knowing you, sir.
Pretty sure they've already rebuffed him once for playing here.
Look, Rowan, you can keep one of the wands when we know what's up with them. How about that? See, he's so agreeable. He's happy.
Yeah, I'm taking it. I don't even know what the wands do.
I mean, we will know. That's the point.
You guys going back to wherever?
So, shall we go try to pawn off the rest of our spoils?
I suppose we should sell the gold value ones.
Okay.
So we'll head back and like get the chest containing the non-magical stuff.
All right.
I will assist since I'm probably the only person that can carry that chest.
Oh God, no, you aren't. You're the only one that can speak the language.
It's
That's your
true.
real purpose.
Double duty.
Rowan's our negotiator. You're the translator, and Scylla's the person who gets to hold the money.
Ah, Seal is Jewish. Okay.
The Merchants Guild.
All right. So you go looking for a place to sell this used goods.
Why they
Yeah.
are selling Seal?
How much gold did you spend, by the way?
For
You spent 2 gold, right?
only 2.
Okay, I'm just keeping track.
$100. Yes. So. Let's see. You go around looking for people who actually buy your stuff. Give me luck checks. And I guess the luck check's gonna come out of Raph because he's gonna be doing the talking.
But Rowan is going to be doing the negotiating with it.
Rowan doesn't speak the languages.
Yeah, Raph is translating.
Yeah, but you know what?
Too much work.
No, it's just that things don't end up being what they should be when you're being translated. But either way, Raph has to be the one who actually look for this stuff because he's the one that actually speaks stuff. You know, he's gonna have to be the one who walks up and say, "Hey, do you want to buy this slightly used piece of armor? Don't mind the dents or the holes or the blood or the fact that it has
the
somebody's brand on it."
The blood's gone.
How did you guys press the? Did you
Don't say her name.
The dents are totally still there.
And so are the brand. Yeah, so you find, let's just say you find a handful of different stalls who are willing to take a few things here and there.
And worst case, we can also head over to the area with the Western, like, adventurers and stuff.
The steel daggers are definitely a hot ticket item.
The steel daggers are with the bandolier.
Are they selling,
Are
are you
they?
selling them with the bandolier?
No, because the bandolier is one of the things we're getting identified.
Oh, that's right. You left the daggers in the bandolier?
Yeah,
Okay, never mind.
because we're not sure if they're related to
The
it.
steel longsword. The steel longsword is pretty covetable, I guess you could say. Steel is rare. It's even rarer over here. How are you guys going about negotiating this? You just want to roll for it?
I
I would ask.
Was there any,
Let's
any
let
other
the
way to?
charismatic folk handle it.
I mean, it's up to you guys.
Let me work my southern charm on these stall workers. I tell you, sir, this here breastplate is vintage. It was wielded by a great hero. Who shall not be named.
And what exactly who was the hero that wore it?
A great man who put down a elvish rebellion on a farmstead, saving the
Says
farmer
one
a
elvish
great
merchant.
deal.
Let me roll something real quick for this guy.
Please, she doesn't have knife ears.
Oh, where'd my die go?
His
Okay.
name, Biggest Dickus.
Well, if I am sure that the branding there on the plate, that is a Velador heraldry, though I don't know who it belonged to.
He was a hired hand, a hero.
Give me a charisma check.
I'm watching this happen. I'm like, do you want me to do the talking?
We'll switch to whatever language only he and I know. Am I using score or mod for this?
Score.
Goddamn!
Jesus Christ.
God damn.
Hold on, let me see how big that. Yeah.
Damn,
Yeah,
234s in a row.
He rolled a 17 on this die.
You doubled him.
Well, 17 on the die. I'm not even bothering adding the modifier because the modifier is not as high as Raph's. He thinks about it. You know, Velador don't really like elves, and if there's gonna be a elf uprising on a farm, it's probably gonna be in Velador. If there's gonna be someone hailed for thwarting an elf uprising, it's gonna be someone in Velador. He'll agree to buy the steel plate armor.
Which one? The one that's half of it, or the one that's like a full set?
I imagine it was the full set we were talking about.
Okay. So we have 0.5 left.
These prices really gotta be fucked with. Let me look something up real quick, because I remember having a conversation with my friend about this last week, and he had a very
Yeah,
good
for
system.
reference, I did all this with your material conversion.
Uh, 1,125 gold.
Goddamn, we are balling.
Yeah, this
Okay.
was the problem with the last campaign, or the Silkwood campaign.
Me balling.
That's just one of the things sold. We still have quite a few.
Okay. Steel gauntlets and steel leg plates. Somebody will ask you to sell them both for 12 gold total.
I tell him, make it 20.
He looks at you and says, "What?" Although you
I
don't
will
really
ask-
understand what was.
I will ask Syl if 12 gold sounds right.
Sol's just busy looking at the 1,000 gold that we just got. And just, yeah, that's okay.
Actually, hold on. How was the guy in the steel plate killed?
Injured to the neck. And then took chaos damage.
Oh. Yeah, that won't affect the metal. Never mind. That's a full 1,000.
Hell yeah, brother. So we have 2,000 gold now.
1,125.
Yeah, so we still have the one that's half a plate armor, this steel gauntlets and leg plates, which we're doing for 12.
That is the half a plate armor.
There's also the shoulders.
Oh,
In
yes.
that case,
Were there shoulders? I think that's a part of the gauntlets, the sleeves, the plate like sleeves.
oh, okay. You said 12.
Yes.
Okay.
The bronze chain, you get. Somebody will ask you for a single gold for those. The chain, skirt, and
For the
sleeves.
2 of them.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll do that.
Heavy steel helmet. That'll be another 12.
Okay, and then we have the long sword, shield, and yeah.
Longsword, somebody will offer you 20.
We ballin'. Okay, and then we're gonna. Rose is gonna probably get like his sweaty ass leather cuirass, and then we have the 2 rings
Leather
and
Curious.
the medium shield.
That Leather Curious is cleaved in 2.
Oh, okay. No, it's the one that Rowan had.
Rowan had?
Yeah,
What's Rowan
his
wearing
actual
now?
equipment.
Yeah,
His actual equipment one.
I have a leather cuirass that I can never wear because it's going to be too heavy for me.
Somebody will offer you like 25 silver.
Perfect. I give the thumbs up.
And then we have those 2 signet rings and the medium shield.
Let me see how the signet rings aren't too fancy. You'll be offered 15 silver for both of them.
Okay.
Both total,
And
not each.
yeah.
Then the shield.
Yeah, it has a steel rim, so I wasn't sure how to like figure that into it.
Does have a steel rim, but
I assume it's still like
40
mostly
silver.
wood. Okay.
So for any would-be DMs out there, if you ever
Wait, it's 100
arm-
silver to 1 gold, right?
Huh?
100 silver to 1 gold?
Yes. You ever arm an NPC with plate armor? Make sure the plate armor explodes when they die.
What the
Okay.
fuck?
So excluding our magic items,
We got raped for these items. We missed every roll.
Yes. Get good.
Blood, sweat, and tears for my infinite fucking gold.
Okay,
500 cigarettes.
So excluding the magic items that you left to get identified, Raph, we have 1,200 gold.
Now that's a pretty penny right there.
Do you think we should go buy some things like so Rowan doesn't die when someone tries to hit him with a dagger again?
I'd say leave it up to Rowan. See what he wants to do. See if he gets a small chunk of that gold.
How much gold are we getting? I literally cannot understand what the hell Raph was saying to the merchant, but whatever. All I know is I see a ton of gold in front of us.
Ooh, what would we go to for like someone that makes leather armor? It wouldn't be a tailor, right?
A tanner or a leather worker. Probably usually one and the same.
Looking for LW with recipe of like lightweight leather.
Yeah,
Have mats. We're tip.
we're just gonna have a Raph go around and scream that we're looking for a leather worker. They need to be able to do. They need to be able to do R5.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And what embellishments do you want on that?
Yeah, we're gonna go find a tanner for Rowan for his reinforced leather vest that would bind him so he doesn't fucking die.
Forced leather belt.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to the leather club where Ralph goes now.
Ralph. that's Ralph's fucking like
Oh,
stage
that-
name.
and Hybe, we found a shield that would actually work for Rowan. This is an actual light shield, and I think you'll understand why it's such a fucking good idea. What's it remind you of? It's basically he's living up to his muse,
It ain't no basket though.
but it's close.
They did used to make shields out of wicker back in the Roman and Greek days.
Yeah. Apparently, I think that's what your description of it was.
Well,
Yes,
that's-
the
that's how I-
Peltas shield is wicker.
That's how Val made a new hat. When he had to like give his old basket.
Okay, but this is important. What does Rowan want his armor to look like?
That I don't know.
You guys can find someone to fashion a leather vest, a reinforced leather vest for Rowan. Although I think Rowan has, don't you have unarmored defense, or was that a pick or choose thing for your race?
Wait, does he?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he does.
Unarmored defense.
I think it was a pick or choose, and he chose the claws.
No, it was hold on, let me see. No, the claws. So the pick or choose is the claws or fangs.
I'm trying to find what you're under. Test subject.
I don't have the hide thingy anymore.
Yeah, it was a pick one.
Was it the claws or the thing or unarmed thingy?
No, so I'm just looking at it. It was the different types of test subject. You chose weapon E.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
So
yeah,
that's the one with
Slither
regen.
Generation, Fang Claw, Dragon's Breath. There is no unarmored. I took the unarmored out. I forgot. It's fine.
I think that was on Val because he was the first one that actually had
No,
it.
'cause
Right.
that was
Yeah.
that was a monk. Monks had
Oh
unarmored
yeah,
defense.
yeah.
And yeah.
But
Never
then
mind.
he did have dragon skin too, but
Yep.
that was from his beastling though.
That was from being a beastling. All right. So
So with the reinforced armor and the shield, should we just take it at the base table price?
no.
Rowan's getting us fleeced.
Get 75 silver for the armor and 50 for the shield.
Okay. And we have 1,203 gold and 8 silver left.
You guys can fight over that accordingly. Anything else you guys wish to do?
Raph, is there anything you want to buy with our gold?
I put on my hat.
I have to think about that.
Oh my god, he's wearing his shield as a hat. We made a
Yes.
terrible mistake. You know what?
I have the shield
I'm gonna
and
take
I
an
put on the hat.
extra gold and 8 silver off just so he can, in fact, wear it as a hat as well as use it as a shield.
All right. Get a leather strap.
Yeah, because now he's like, you know what? I didn't take that that fucking hat from that goblin.
Anything
Oh, he
else?
has a hat. Is there anything that you want to buy, Raph? Or shall we just wander around and see what there is?
I'm gonna wait till I hear back from Chris about those items. Then go from there.
Okay.
Syl will give well, I guess we'll just split it up now. Do you guys want to do 400 each?
Sure.
Yeah.
And so we'll give 400 each of them.
Okay. Each of you are 400 gold richer.
Wait. So what's my new armor thing I have right now?
12. I
Okay,
believe,
so on your
12 plus
sheet,
your whatever.
on your sheet in armor, you're gonna put 3, and shield you're gonna put 1. Oh, sorry, you're gonna put 2 in armor. So you should have 17.
Says here I got 19 base. 19
Okay.
base, 16 touch, 13 surprise.
What'd you put as your what's it say for dex?
4. I have 4.
Okay, what did you put in armor?
3.
Put 2. And then put 1 in for shield.
Yeah, you should be 17,
Got
15,
it.
12.
Okay, yeah, 17, 15, 12.
And now you won't die to a dagger.
Unless.
We're back.
We've solved the Rowan durability issue.
Well, he just has to avoid being hit by very big damage.
He can get hit by tiny
People
damages.
die when they're killed.
Anything
Alright,
else you
I
guys
will.
wish to do?
I will cliff Rowan in half.
Isolde could very easily kill Rowan.
Yeah.
Should
But if
we?
you can't- Here's the thing: if you can't kill Rowan in one hit, he probably comes back alive because of his super regen.
Raph has just regular robes, right?
He has black, fine black robes.
What about getting him some combat robes?
Well, it's up to him.
No. Those look goofy.
What do they even look like, I wonder?
They look like regular
He's
robes.
his in all black, and he
Yeah. And he says they look goofy. Dude's out here looking like a fucking emo.
They probably have a couple more pockets, but it has the unassuming tag, so it's meant to look like a normal piece of clothing.
They look like formal or ceremonial outfits. Yeah, that's too fancy for Raph.
I like my robes.
Okay, and then we'll go and spend 2 gold on just buying some fancy fucking booze and food.
Okay. Anything else you guys wish to do out here?
nope.
Nope,
Rowan's
there's a
now
salt of
400
vodka.
gold richer, and Syl looks like she wants to go fucking drink.
All right, Isolta.
And Assaulta bought the cool dragon.
What are you up to, Isolta?
Going back to my state
All right,
with my new things.
all right. And what are you doing?
Alright, so I go into my room, I set everything up, and I start talking to the rat and the dragon.
What are you saying? Anything in particular?
First, I do this to the rat.
Rat?
Okay.
Beach mouse. Beach mouse.
Alright, so I'm gonna ask the rat first if he understands me. Is it a he or a she? I will check that first.
It looks like the rat looks exactly
Uh,
like Jane Doe.
Go roll a 1d2. 1 male, 2 female.
One day we'll actually get to see what he rolls.
Harmony's a private guy.
Wait, what was it? 1 male, 2
2
female?
female, yeah.
Okay.
You asked the rat.
So- I will ask the rat if it understands me.
Yeah, I hear you.
Oh, you can talk. Okay.
Yes. Hello.
So, how come you can speak?
What do you mean? Everyone speaks.
Fair enough, I guess.
Yeah, what's wrong with you?
How come I can understand you then? That's not something that normally happens, I guess.
Are you? You know how big brain?
Guess not.
This ultra just got rolled by a fucking kobold.
Poppy Quest Kobold is special.
So, what are you?
Wait, what do you mean? I read.
Huh, okay. Well,
Run over.
you can stay here for a bit. Do
Okay.
you want something to eat?
Meat.
Meat? Huh, okay. I turn to the dragon and ask him or her, what is it?
Go ahead and roll another 1d2. It is a
Alright.
female little dragon thing. Pseudo dragon.
Okay. And I will ask the dragon thingy what she wants to eat.
It kind of just looks at you.
Alright, something that is not me. Or the rat.
Kind of gives you a little dragon hiss.
Meat it is then. I will go look for some meat at the kitchen or something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can find meat here. It's probably like midday. Somebody's probably preparing lunch. Pork.
Alright, we'll take some to my new pets.
The dragon hisses and kind of nods a bit in a sort of like an affirmative nod, affirmative hiss, and eats. The rat gets her food, looks at you. Thank you. Too much bread. No fun. And begins to nibble away at the meat you gave it.
Mm-hmm. Alright, so I will put the orb in front of them and ask them if they know what this is or if it's just a funny rock for them too.
Funny rock. The dragon doesn't respond.
Alright. I will ask the rat to I will tell the rat that I need a favor from her, basically.
What need?
So I want you to meet someone and do not talk to them, but see if they talk to you. And then tell me what they try to say to you.
Okay.
Right, I will bring the rat to the ground.
Okay. The girl is... Where is she? The girl's in the main little like back house part here, where On usually can be seen. Scribbling away in books and teaching students the ways of the family trade. She is still tied up, sat down in the corner, sat down on a pillow. And you put the rat just nearby beside her, present the rat to her. What do you do?
I present the rat to her and I ask her, I saw you with the horses. Do you have any... Do you communicate with them?
She kind of stares off into, well, whatever distance she can stare off into in this building. She then crosses eyes with the rat. The rat was nibbling on its meat and then kind of stops and pauses and looks at her. And the rat drops the meat and starts to like shake its head and like rattle its skull a bit and turns to you. She evil. Big bad. Sparkle finger. Give me away. Give me away.
Alright, I leave the room with the rat.
No look, brain fuzz.
What's that again?
Brain fuzz.
Huh.
The rat struggles a little bit.
So she didn't try to say anything to you. You just felt something?
Feel thing. Brain tickle.
Hmm. What is your name? I asked the rat.
Name?
You don't have a name?
No. No name.
Alright.
Only big.
Do you want me to give him?
Ooh, you give name?
Yes.
Oh, give name.
Right, how about Jane?
Oh, Jane.
Press!
Jane. Big rat. Okay. Jane. You name?
Isolde.
Isolde. Okay. Can I have more meat?
Yes, in a bit.
Okay.
But first, well, I will go to Anne and tell her what I found out about the girl. And have the rat explain, if possible.
The rat struggles a little bit. The rat struggles a little bit. Oh, she evil. And On looks at the rat, slightly disgusted. Why did you come across a rat kobold in this town?
Oh no, it just happened.
This is a strange development. These creatures have been eradicated from these lands a long time ago. For good reason.
Well, it's not the first kobold I've seen lately. There
You've
was
seen another
a bunch
kobold.
of dog kobolds.
You've seen dog kobolds.
Yeah,
Out here?
From from the way from well, on the way from Jinkei, yeah.
That is quite interesting. I think that requires some investigation. Do you plan on keeping that thing here?
For now, until I leave.
Well, keep a good eye on it.
Will do.
As for the girl, I could ask some. Maybe I could ask our new friend if he knows any druids. Might have a better idea of what our little friend over there is, if she is anything.
All right.
But when do you plan on carrying out your interrogation of our prisoner?
How is he health wise?
He is, well, he has not gotten any better since the previous day, but the poultices should be taking in soon. He might be well enough for a small interrogation session tomorrow.
All right. Then I will start tomorrow, and then probably get on the way to Jinkei to continue the interrogation over there.
All right.
All right. Now I will take the rat to the inn where Graf stays normally.
Mhm.
Are they there?
Well,
I assume that's where we returned.
if you guys decided to return to the inn, then yes, they are probably getting there at the same time you are.
All right. I will hunt Jane to Rowendell. New friend for you.
Okay. I look at it.
It looks at you.
Rat.
Rat.
Okay.
Okay.
Put him on top of my hat.
You have a rat on your hat.
Sure.
Why do you have a kobold?
What are you talking about?
Yeah, what
A
are you
rat.
talking about? It's a rat.
It's a rat kobold, yes.
Wait, how big is it?
I mean, it's a little large for a rat, but it's not huge. It's not like a giant rat. It's not the kind of rats that you get, the classical
Is it
first
the
level
rat that's
adventure.
like the size right there? Like just bigger than your hand?
Yeah, it's like slightly bigger than the rat in that GIF.
Okay, so it's the pizza stealing New York rat.
Yeah.
Rats. Where the rats?
I will
That guy.
lean down and stare at the rat.
Stares back at you. Oh, big one. No, see. Very rare.
I ain't never seen a rat about this size. Hell, not even out on the farms.
Well, we don't have rats in here. Well, kobolds. Except for the one we encountered in the way and this one, for some reason. There's kobolds in here now.
Wonder what happened to our friend who went north.
Probably got consumed by the waters.
What is with the water? Is this a normal thing with the Rosenwasser Azalta?
I
Right.
have no idea what you're talking about.
But I know
Where like
that
it gives you like the heebie-jeebies?
but I know this information.
You've never encountered any such thing or heard of any such thing.
I don't know what you're talking about. The water is fine.
You know what? Maybe we should throw Rowan into the water.
I already swam in it.
Yeah.
Like even before like Silk and even it's like I already swam in it. There's nothing in there.
But what if we throw you in today?
Eh.
Do it and you can cast all the spells you want for the rest of the day.
I will tell
So-
Rafa.
What are we doing?
Wait, do I know if Raf is looking for a cursed one? Has that information been out for us?
I'm not sure. I want to say I don't think so, but that's up
Core
to
stones,
Raph.
like the dudes now haven't mentioned anything about that to anybody.
Okay,
Not
never
yet, at
mind then.
least.
Yeah, I think somebody mentioned that to Chris.
And I will mention that the girl
What
is,
are we-
has some sort of a magical or something like that thing for animals. Jane here says she's evil, but it's odd. I don't know. I don't know much of magic myself.
Well, she's a friend of the Evans, so I can't imagine she'd be anything but evil.
Yeah, but I wonder what kind of evil to
Wait.
make a rat.
Are you do you
Afraid.
need something happening? I got cracked my fingers. I've noticed that I can cast unlimited spells today.
He's been trying to the entire time we've been out.
Want me to try something?
I'm gonna need you to increase your intellect a bit.
I want your squirrel to try something.
Okay, let's go.
All right.
I poofed my squirrel right next to Jane the rat.
Okay.
On top of my hat.
You got a rat and a squirrel in
Squirrel.
your hat.
Has an aneurysm and starts screaming.
Wait,
"Press."
wait. How much does the rat and squirrel weigh? Can he even support this weight on his
They're
head?
not
I
that
actually
heavy.
don't.
It's like they're probably like 2 to 3 pounds maxed combined. It's sometimes you just say the weight is negligible. But you take Rowan off to the estate. And how you doing this? How you handling this squirrel situation?
I will just tell Rowendal to make the squirrel get inside there. Like, as it was a normal animal. There is a window over there.
Got it. I grab me a drink and I'll sit down somewhere.
All right.
I go into squirrel mode.
Are you looking through its senses? Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
You look through the senses. I imagine you tell your squirrel to just, squirrel about and then walk up to the girl, or how are you doing this?
Yeah. I walk up, stare at the girl.
The girl stares back.
I stare back, making my eyes beadier than ever.
All right.
Okay.
Make me a wisdom saving throw. Yeah, is anyone in the room while this is going on?
Oh,
I mean, we are with Rowendell, but he's the one controlling the squirrel.
he made a save. Definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah, he saved.
So you see the squirrel mull about, and eventually it walks up to, it scurries up to the girl. It looks at her. She looks back at it, and it kind of just pauses there for a minute, and then it starts doing squirrel things again. But then
Okay.
you notice, in an instant, Rowan stands up and goes invisible.
All right. Rowan?
Yeah.
He doesn't respond.
All right, I will punch wherever he wants.
Just a second. All right, you may continue playing.
All right, I will punch where Rowan was after I get no response.
Well, make an attack roll at disadvantage.
Disadvantage is minus
4.
how much?
-4. And you know what? I'll also say, both of you make a initiative check to see if the if something happens before one thing happens.
Wow, something's wrong with my dice.
Are you what?
It, today is the bad seat for him.
You know what? You know what? No, he's had this coming.
It's karmic. It's karmic whiplash.
Raph, this is our time.
We're back.
We're so back.
What's your strength, Isolta? Your strength mod?
4.
Yeah. So your fist collides with an invisible thing, and Rowan takes 4 points of damage.
Good lord.
Or you said your mod is 4, right?
Yeah, my mod is 4.
5 points of damage. I mean,
He's already almost dead again. Rowan bros.
and Rowan.
Yeah.
Actually, let me send you another message real quick.
You know what? The dice is in our favor, Kaiman. We need to go. We need to go farm experience.
What is what
We
is
need
Rowan
to go out
doing?
into the mountains.
I am going to cast Mage Hand.
Okay. You cast Mage Hand.
The hand knows kung fu.
Yeah, I'm asking something. Okay, I send it through the room, and I'm gonna try and untie the girl.
All right. Make
She's
a.
in another room that's closed.
Oh,
Yeah, but this is mage hand.
Aren't you guys in the same room?
Nope.
Oh, we're in a separate room.
Only the squirrel is in there.
I mean, technically it's allowed because Mage Hand has some very funny wording. You don't have to actually see the point where you're casting it.
Yeah, and since a squirrel was already there, I already know the room layout.
And you could always look through the squirrel's senses as well.
Yep.
Make a dexterity check. Mage hands are visible when you're not a spell thief, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's invisible.
You guys see this wispy bluish purple hand float through the room and next door.
Right, I will tell the other two that I think Rowan is being controlled. Or he's trying to set free the girl.
Where is Rowan?
He's invisible. I just hit him.
No, I mean, like, where did you hit him?
Rowan, as soon as the bindings are undone, you snap back to your usual self.
I yell out loud, I am gonna fucking charm person that child. Let me at her.
Oh, slow down, Doc.
Let's go. To make Dr. Disrespect.
Yeah.
Joke.
It would appear he is back to normal.
Check the room.
I go into the room, I burst in there.
I liked him when he was being controlled.
That's just unnatural.
You see the girl.
I cast sheep.
Roll it. You see the girl as she's reaching for a teapot on that desk that On sits at. And as she bends over to reach for the pot, actually, what's the school of sleep? She grabs the pot, the teapot, and a cup, and pours some hot water.
Enchantment?
Yes. Pours some hot water. And sits down at the table. And takes a sip. And then starts to rub at her wrists where her bindings were.
Did not work.
She's wide awake.
I'm guessing Anne.
Are
and
you
her
either
students are in here.
undead or can you not be charmed? Rowan has used this spell a lot.
Rowan,
Every-
does she look undead?
You
Do
never
I-
know.
You look. Do I look like I'm not? I'm undead. I've practically been killed several times over.
Yeah, sadly none of them have taken. But no, she doesn't look undead.
I asked her. You could just told us. What do you want?
She doesn't seem to pay any attention to you as she takes another sip of whatever hot beverage On has left behind for herself.
All right, my question was, her students in the room with us? I mean,
No.
okay.
I'm gonna cast insinuation on the girl.
What does id insinuation do?
That's the spell you banned because it's broken.
Did you ban it? I have. This is one of the first spells I took with the sheet that I submitted. No way. They must. Wisdom saving throw.
It's the hilariously broken first level enchantment where it's succeed on wisdom saver being incapacitated, and its concentration, and they take d12 damage per turn.
What book does Silvery Barbs come from?
Silvery Barbs is
SCC. Really?
yeah, Strixhaven.
Oh no. Yeah.
Id Insinuation is Unearthed Arcana.
Yeah. I guess I didn't tell you guys originally that there is a book ban, but I'll let you keep
Up
it.
to Tasha, however.
So will I have to switch out my silvery barbs now?
No.
Like
no.
I don't mind
Strixhaven
if
came
I,
out before
I don't mind if
Tasha's.
I have to.
It's
It came up before Tasha.
I'll let you keep Silvery Barbs, even though I don't like the Strixhaven spells. I'll let you keep id insinuation because I never actually came out and said there's a book ban to which you can only have PHB, SCAG, XGE, and Tasha. So you could cast id insinuation. Let me take a
I
look.
mean, I normally ignore UA because no one likes it.
Yep. Actually, I can't
Only
even see
one-
UA on
Didn't know. I
this.
just saw the spell and it looked cool. So I was
There's
like,
one.
yeah,
There's one UA that people did like. God bless Ranger.
I am agnostic on it, on the Ranger.
I'm
You unleash
ambivalent.
a torrent of conflicting desires in the mind of one creature you see within range, impairing its ability to make decisions. The target must succeed on a wisdom saving throw or be incapacitated. At end of each of its turns, it takes 1d12 psychic damage, and Jesus, that is... Yeah, that's some UA shit right there.
Hi. The other thing to notice: look at the school.
Uh-huh. You cast id insinuation. She puts down her glass and she looks around and she sees a lot of you. And that's it.
So it doesn't work.
As far as you can tell, nothing happened.
So what you got to say for yourself?
Thumbs up or thumbs down? How's the tea?
She goes back to drinking it. She doesn't respond to any of you guys.
Well, obviously some things don't work on her.
What creature would this not work on?
Well, I
I
did
mean,
say
it's just a girl. I mean, she looks human.
Well, I did say I'll try this. I
But-
keep casting charm person.
Okay. You cast Charm Person.
I'm doing poses while I say it every time.
You
I'm
guys
beginning to
watch
think she ain't a person.
as
The-
Rowan spazzes about.
I mean, if she's from Velador, the one thing they hate almost as much as elves are wizards.
Right. I'm gonna walk up to the girl and take a closer look at her. Do I use fucking what's it called?
He's
Don't
gonna make
look
a
at her
grapple
eyes.
check.
No.
Have I described her before? She's a below average height, blonde,
Okay, so
brown
she's taller
eyes.
than half the party.
I'm
Probably
gonna
true.
use Eldritch Sight on her and see if I see anything out of the ordinary.
You don't see anything out of the ordinary,
Just a human?
as far as you can tell.
How much is below average?
Below average for humans, probably like 4,
Okay.
10, 4'8".
So I'm barely taller than her.
That makes one of us.
I'm gonna start inspecting her body if she doesn't like swat me away.
I'm posing still, but then I give up and I'm whatever. Fuck it. Give me some of that tea. I sit down right there and like I ask for some tea. Is there like another teacup?
There is
How many cups are there left?
just the two. One that she has and the one that Rowan's taking. What are
How
you
is it,
doing
Rowan?
to inspect her, Doc?
I'm checking her arms, her neck, her eyes. I'm looking for joints. Raph thinks this chick is an automaton.
She seems to have a normal human body. She has like a sort of simple dress with a blouse underneath. The skirt separate from, or no, it's a blouse and a skirt. They're both separate articles of clothing. Long sleeves, boots, and long socks. She seems human.
Does
When
she
you check her
have
arm, she
any-
stands up again and she starts to look around, and she goes for the door. She walks
I'm gonna grab her
at
by
a
the
very
arm.
normal pace. You grab her.
Whoa, now. Yes.
She tries to continue walking, but then you stop her, and she kind of stops and looks back at you. And she looks back at the direction she was walking and tries to walk some more.
You
Like
ain't
a
normal.
little-
You ain't
little
right in the
tug of war.
head. Who the hell does that? Who reacts
Maybe-
to
maybe
being
she-
stopped that way?
Maybe she can't speak.
No, I am gonna go. Would you like to listen to a story of my muse?
Yeah, that's right. Round
And
keep,
her-
keep talking to her.
And her adventures of Baloo.
Are there napkins or anything?
I am yapping about
Sill's gonna
Val's
take a
adventure.
napkin and shove it in Rowan's mouth.
Though it doesn't. Well, I guess it could. Rowan, as you mention Valulu and start to yap about her, you feel a little invigorated.
Woo!
As if you had an
Start-
extra layer of protection upon you right now.
I start yapping even more. My muse is giving me support.
Right, I'm gonna get the rope back and start binding her again. Can't have her walking around like that.
Just in case, Syl will use message and just ask, "Are you unable to speak?"
As you try to bind her, she tries to pull away from Raph. And when she's unsuccessful with that, she does that limp noodle thing that she was doing with Mason. But eventually you bind her.
I would
She's
suggest,
like a puppet.
I would suggest just covering her eyes. That's how I got controlled.
Probably a good idea. I will blindfold her.
Also, I'm guessing no response from the message.
No response.
Raph's gonna check for any markings or curses.
How do you do it?
I'm looking for, I guess, something similar to the Black One's mark, without being like too invasive. Obviously, like check her arms, her shoulder, shit like that.
Why not? She's an adult in this world.
She
You
thought
find
she was a young girl.
you find nothing of the such.
Wait, why the hell are we even keeping her around?
She's
Oh, wait.
clearly something important. No normal human acts that way.
What did Evans want with you?
Well, it probably has something to do with whatever she did to you.
You will notice that when she's blindfolded, she does look around more often. Or she moves her head around as if she's trying to look around.
Don't worry, we blindfolded you. You're still in the room.
I mean, outside of trying to escape, she hasn't really done anything.
That was barely an escape. It's like some kind of drone returning to its master.
Well, their master is dead.
I mean, she's important.
Did Evans
enough.
pass away?
No. She's important enough for the Evans to want her. And enough for them to walk into a room they knew was a trap. And she can clearly control people, and from what I've seen before, also animals. So
Hey, Rowan, why not try charming her when she can't see you?
Yep, I'll try charm person.
Okay. You cast Charm Person.
do you pause?
Dude, he hits the WarioWare pose. Just the fucking.
Yes, I start posing still.
Which JoJo pose are you hitting right now?
I'm doing the with my arch back, and then my hands on the ground.
God.
With my with trying to hold myself up with the top of my foot. So charm person.
You cast it.
I don't feel like I've gotten anything, so now I'm doing another charm person. Now I'm doing the Josuke pose with one arm up and one arm down.
Yep. You guys watch Rowan spaz about, doing a bunch of funky poses. Make no sense.
He's gonna knock on her skull, see if it's empty.
Yeah, you hear a clear bonk. She. Hmm? She looks around a bit more hastily when you do.
Yeah, it seems like it. Um, can you speak? You want some jerky? Jerky.
Say again.
I ask if she can speak, and I hand her some jerky from my pack.
We bought a ton of jerky.
We have so much jerky.
We bought like every fucking flavor.
Jane
Straight
is
jerk, man.
currently eating all the jerky.
No, this is our supply of jerky that we bought with gold.
Yeah, she's
We're
eating
rich,
it.
if you didn't know.
Yeah.
No, she's not.
Yeah, there's
Doesn't
a
want
rat
this for
with
jerky.
a strip
there
of
is a
jerky
rat in there.
on Rowan's hat.
Oh, she's eating Rowan's supply of our jerky.
The girl doesn't
Our
respond,
jerky's intact.
although I'm not sure if she can, because her hands are also bound. I imagine
Dead?
behind her as well, right?
In front, but her feet are also bound.
Are her hands bound to her feet?
No.
She
Is she hogtied?
she does reach around to the jerky, and eventually her hands cross it, and she grabs it.
Yeah, I give her the jerky.
She eats.
I got more flavors here. I got Lakeshore teriyaki. I got hot and spicy. I got smoked original. Just trying to get like a response.
She seems to just, be happy to chew on the first strip that you gave her. You'll hear from
Yeah.
ahead. She evil.
I go on to Jade and grab her like how evil.
Brain fuzz. Brain tickle. She sparkle finger. Evil. Big evil. And all those words in between chewing on a piece of jerky.
Say that again.
Oh,
Big
she.
spark.
Say again?
I was telling Jade, it's like big sparks of evil.
Big sparkle finger. Big evil.
Sparkle finger
Mm,
from the girl.
mm.
What color?
What color?
I point to my tunic. It's a green tunic,
Mm,
and then I point to Raph. That one's black. And then
no.
Then I point to Syl. Does Syl have any elven silver kind of thing, like a really shiny something?
Her sight.
Yeah, I point to the site. That shiny?
No.
Not as black as Raph, right?
No.
Not green, right?
No. Wait. What name?
What name? What?
Jane. What name?
By Jade?
Jane. You Jane?
No. I start talking. I go, me, Rowan.
Okay. Jane. Big head, no fur. Iselt. Spearman, no fur. Rowan. Big bad, big evil Sparklefinger. Name?
No name.
No name. Hmm. Maybe
I
not.
asked Raph.
Bad.
I asked Raph, do you see anything magical about the child here?
Nothing at all.
It seems like our rat friend here is saying big bad sparkly finger.
What specifically does the rat see?
Which hand? I asked Jade the rat.
What mean?
Which hand? I hold up my hand. Which finger?
What mean?
You said big sparkle, big evil hand, finger.
Sparklefinger?
Yeah, sparkle finger.
Sparklefinger. Yeah, her.
Which one?
Her.
No.
She's Sparklefinger.
All I get is sparkle finger.
What else about her?
No look
Sparkle
eye.
finger.
No
Oh,
look eye.
Perfect. There you go. Don't look at her eyes. That's probably how she controlled me.
We've established that. Anything else?
I don't know. Sparkle finger. Sparkle
What if
finger.
you looked in her eyes again, but this time you didn't get controlled?
I lift up the blindfold.
No look eye. And you're
I look
staring.
at eye directly.
You're staring her in the eyes. Nothing
Yeah.
happens. You don't feel any. The last time this happened, you felt this strange sensation, like your vision was going dark from the pupils outward. This time, there's no such thing happening. You also
I
had a bit
cover
of
it
like
back
a, that feeling of pins and needles that you get when your
Yeah.
legs fall asleep. You had that feeling inside your head when it was happening. You don't have that feeling right now.
Well, why don't we just let her go?
I don't think we should do that. I would recommend heavily against that.
Why
mean-
don't we go to where Mason is staying and see if there's anything about her there?
No, I mean, she needs to go somewhere,
Mason
right?
wasn't the one keeping hold of her. It was the Evans. It's where the Evans were holed up that we'd find any information about her.
So we'll go there.
Well, what if we just
I suppose we should.
have her guide us to where she needs to go? Doesn't seem like opposed to us stopping her. She just needs to go.
My gut tells me that the only place she's going is to release that Evans fella.
If that's true, then let's go check it out. See if that's it.
Is Harvey still not back?
All right, I'm back.
Hey, he's back.
The party wants to release her and see what she does. Just to catch you up on things.
All right. So before that, one question I will ask her. Why do you follow the Evans? And do you plan on doing anything about them? If your answer is no to the second question, then I will let you go.
She continues to chew on the piece of jerky that she was handed earlier.
I guess she doesn't understand? Question mark.
I don't think she has the upper thought to understand. I feel like she's a puppet of some kind of, I don't know what.
I will
I
knock
imagine-
on her skull again.
I imagine the Evans estate will have the answers for us.
What about one of your wizard friends?
I've already asked quite a great deal from my associates. I might run it by him and see if he has any idea about what could be causing this, but I'm not going to go see him for another day or so.
Alright, you can release her, but keep an eye on her. And she cannot leave
Estate.
this town or go back to wherever Mason is.
Understood.
You release her.
Yeah. Yes.
You untie her. You unblindfold her. You unbind her legs. She looks around and she continues to chew on her beef jerky, or whatever kind of jerky this is. She gets up and looks around. And she sidesteps past a lot of you and makes her way for the door, walking at a regular indoor pace. Opens the door and stepped outside. And then she looks around the yard, the courtyard, whatever the garden out here. She looks around. She stops and she turns in sort of every cardinal direction, just kind of looking. And she goes and sits at one of the benches nearby. And she stops. She pauses for a bit. And she gets up and moves towards the, not the main building, but there's 4 buildings out here. You got the main building where the business is. You got this little back house where On is usually, and your little like sleeping quarters when you're here. You have a place for everyone else who works here to sleep, and then there's another building. She goes to that one where everybody else, like the servants' quarters or the employees' place, and she walks towards there.
I'm just gonna follow her, and then I will
Same.
now. I will yap about the loot.
I will also follow along the Vululu train.
I will take a piece of jerky and go to my dragon and feed it to him. Her.
It snatches the jerky out of your hands and voraciously eats. The girl approaches the employees' quarters and slides the door open, and you get hit with a waft of food being cooked. She enters. She looks around. And she goes and sits by one of the elves, waiting for lunch to be served. She just sits. Everyone kind of looks at her confusedly.
I do the same exact thing. I'm gonna copy her, and I wait for food patiently.
Yeah.
Is the door we entered from the only entrance and exit?
There's a couple other doors in here. They look like they go to rooms. Like this is like a common room that you're in right now. A common room / kitchen area. And another
So
door
I-
will go into like the beds, the bunks.
Well,
They're like
I'm
antechambers.
Mm-hmm.
gonna start asking. So, were you brought here from all the way from Bellador?
She's staring at the cook. She does not respond.
I put another jerky on the table.
She grabs the jerky. This piece, however, she shoves into a pocket in her dress.
And she really does want the food. She ain't want no jerky.
I'm gonna ask my dragon if it's still hungry.
It looks at you expectantly.
All right. If I let you out of your cage, will you be will you not cause a ruckus?
So is Isolta with us, just like staring at like the
No,
food?
Isolta's still the other room. The
Oh, okay.
the little dragon looks at you and looks back at the food and then looks at you and it gives you a little bow of its head.
All right, I'll let her out of the cage.
It leaps out of
I'm
the
gonna
cage, stretches its wings, and climbs on top of the cage after grabbing the piece of jerky that it was still eating. And now it's eating the jerky atop the cage.
All right, once you're done with that, hop on my shoulder and we will go to the kitchen area. See if I can get you more food.
I am gonna go over to the cook and see if I can also cook something.
It
Let me cook.
it scarfs down the food and hops onto your shoulder. Rowan,
Raph will wait by the door.
this cook has no idea what you're saying.
I point to the child, and then I make a eating motion.
The cook nods and points at the food it's currently cooking. Some sort of a stir fry, chow mein.
Got it. I head back to the table. I tell her that there's noodles getting cooked. I ask her if she likes chow mein.
No response. Isolta, you make it to the kitchen
Yeah,
area.
I will
You'll
ask my
see everyone
dragon.
here.
I will up one finger first and then ask her if she wants raw food, or I up a second finger, ask her if she wants cooked food.
It nods towards the first finger.
All right. I will ask one of the guys in the kitchen to get me some meat.
Yep.
Raw.
They go and get you a cut of pork.
And if they have any organs that are raw, that would be also good. Nice.
Some offal, yeah. Probably have liver, kidney, something like that.
All right.
You notice that the some of the other white vines here, you look a bit confused about what's going on with all these outsiders here. Eventually, the cook will finish cooking, and he will start. He'll take the big old pot, and he'll go around the table, starting to serve. The girl will immediately start eating with whatever utensils nearby. And your little mini dragon also happily eats the raw things you've provided for it. The girl finishes her food very quick. She gets up and walks outside and looks around. She pauses, and then she goes and sits back on that bench while still looking around. Hello?
Hmm?
Yes?
Yeah.
Yeah, I am just following her around.
Yeah, she kind of just sits there for a bit.
Is she eating the food?
No, she already ate.
She already finished.
Yeah, I really have nothing to do, so I'm just gonna follow the girl around.
All right.
It's also what I was gonna do since we're killing time. I'm killing time till I can go get the magical items.
Oh, she just seems kind of lost.
Guys,
Right. Once my dragon finishes eating, I will pet it.
It
well, she's not very. So I'm gonna be a bard, and I start telling stories of my travels around from Madman's Rest until I got over to Jin K.
the dragon makes that like chuffing, chittering sort of happy growl that alligators do. In those crocaganda videos where people try to keep alligators as pets like dogs.
So
Don't
there
trust
is
them.
swamp dogs.
Don't trust them. Well, do you just continue to observe the girl?
Yep.
Well,
Until it's clear that she's not up to something, I guess.
she just kind of sits here.
Raph might get bored.
She's not doing anything. She does seem to be looking around for something. Like she'll rotate her head, she'll look around, start rotating her body, but after a while, her scanning of the region slows down. She still does it, just not as much.
I feel like if she's gonna escape, it's gonna be much later. She seems like she's learning her environment.
Then let's take her out of town and see what she tries to do.
I'll wait on that for now. At least till Solta says she'd be okay with that.
Yeah, I will ask my dragon if it can breathe fire or anything like that.
It spews a tiny, tiny little bit of a sparks out of its mouth.
Huh.
Can I identify what this dragon-esque creature is?
Yes, I think you can. It is it's a spirit beast. There are fey beasts, and then there are also spirit beasts. This is a creature that has sort of come from a long line of evolutions from a joining of a dragon and a spirit, be it through possession or some sort of magical summoning. They're rare creatures, not very common.
So this thing isn't even a fucking dragon, Jesus.
Nope. Well, it is a dragon. It's just like some weird spirit offshoot. It's kind of like how
He's fucking Mushu.
There is pretty much. It's kind of like how there are fey beasts. They are beasts that were somehow joined with fey creatures, which give them the desire to devour life force. This
So
is
it's
a
basically a
spirit
fake.
beast,
It yeah. So it's basically a dragon that was merged with a spirit.
more or less. This is a creature that sort of lives off anima and has natural energy instead of life force.
So given it food does literally nothing.
No, it, it takes it. Creatures that live off natural energy, they still require sustenance. Generally, it's plant based, but this one seems to be happy to have meat.
That's the part dragon.
So Assaulta, why do you have a spirit beast?
You ask too many questions. Why do I have a rat? Why do I have a beast?
Why?
Why not?
See,
Oh no, why does Rondar have a square?
I don't know. Magic?
Alright?
Is it magic, Rowan?
no, I found this on the ground and picked it up.
Was it alive?
No, it was dead. It was roadkill. It got killed by a carriage. No, it's magic. I literally summoned it right in front of you guys.
Yeah, so his squirrel is magic.
Okay. So this dragon is also magic. I don't know.
You've used even less magic than Raph, and you've used none.
I didn't say it was my magic.
You know, that brings up a great point about magic use. How exactly do you have the ability to command chaos?
What are you talking about?
That attack you used on Eric Evans.
I just attacked him with a sword?
Or was it the crony of the Evans? One of the two created that ball of energy that ate him alive.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
You know, when you told me to get away and then you summoned this thing and it was all like, and then it went, "Pow!" And then the guy died.
I will look confused at them. I will then look at my dragon, and my dragon will also look confused at them.
Can all of you guys give me wisdom or perception checks?
I have to update my perception on there, but
I have to double check my perception. Let me see.
wow.
Which
I
one gives me
actually-
more information?
The skill.
Perception. Another one.
Wow.
Meanwhile, I still can't roll above a 10.
This isn't karmic whiplash. This is a karmic comet.
I'm gonna kill myself.
The
Unless,
scene has turned for the worse.
unless you know, ears count, which that is a 21.
Isolta, you look at
Rank
your
is
dragon
plus.
confused.
Rank is 2, right?
And your dragon looks at you confused, and then it looks away. And then you look back to your party like, you know, I don't understand this conversation. And you feel the dragon lift off your shoulder. But at the same time, you also notice Jane hop off of Rowan's head. And they start prancing about the garden. The dragon flies around and just kind of noses about the buildings.
Alright, I guess someone is controlling the animals right now. I look at the girl.
What's the girl doing?
She's staring off into the distance, every once in a while looking to the left and to the right behind her.
They didn't make eye contact with her. How did she control them?
Got from
I don't
right.
think eye contact has anything to do with it.
I have an idea. Syl will go up and just slap her across the face.
Okay.
What happens to the creatures?
They pause and look directly at Syl. And then continue their business. The girl is, I wouldn't say shook. Her head is, craned into the direction she was slapped towards. But after a while, she kind of goes back to what she was doing.
So you're an asshole. You almost made her cry.
It
She
did
mind
pause the...
controlled you.
She's mind controlling those critters now.
I really don't know.
You guys are magic users. How do you stop a magic user from using magic?
You mangle them.
That isn't killing them.
You mangle them.
That isn't mangling them.
You lobotomize them.
You disable whatever part
I
of their
don't know-
body.
I don't know what that even means, Isolta.
I take out a needle and I kind of notion that it goes inside the nose into the brain.
You were
Brutal.
saying, Raph?
We can disable whatever they're using to cast. Maybe break their concentration. Maybe break their hands.
So, her eyes?
Now I motion my needles to act like a scoop in front of the eyes.
It's possible, but I'm not sure how she took control of the critters. I've never seen magic that strong. It's some kind of... Well, something else, frankly. You have to have either some, spoken word, some...
We're going to take the
component.
risk. Scylla's going to look into her eyes to see if there's anything unusual about them. Like, firmly put a hand on each side of her head to stop her from looking around and just look at her eyes. Are they normal?
Aside from having an unusual eye color for her skin tone and hair tone, no. Usually blonde hair, light skin comes with blue eyes, but she has brown. That's the only unusual thing about it.
Okay, and does she feel warm to the touch, or, does she feel normal?
Yeah, she feels normal.
This feels like a Delta Green campaign. I'm trying to figure out what the
Is
fuck
Evans
is going
conscious
on.
yet? Why not just ask him?
I ain't gonna tell you shit. What in the world makes you think Evans is gonna tell us a goddamn thing?
Isolta, is he conscious?
We should,
Not
if
yet.
anything, we should check his state.
You hear, I assume all of you are still standing here. I'm not sure what you guys are paying attention to. Maybe paying attention to Syl doing her shenanigans right now, but you hear, smell that way. Huh? Where am I? Huh? Big bad evil, no fur. Big bad evil, no fur. And then your dragon lands on your shoulder, Isolde. As it stares at It stares at the girl in a sort of aggressive manner. The girl
I
gets
will
up.
ask my dragon if she took control.
It looks at you and it gives you like a nod as she stands up and starts walking towards a building.
Which one?
The 4th building.
What is in there?
William Evans.
Alright, do not let her get to that building. Back to the ropes with her.
Why not take her to Evans and see what happens?
I don't know if we want to broach that subject currently, considering how much magic those two had on hand when we fought them last time.
Rowan nearly killed him with a pebble. I think we'll be fine.
You know, Rowan is a special character. And
We are not letting her anywhere near Evans.
As you guys are having your conversation, she's opening the door.
I grabbed her. I would have grabbed her immediately once we knew which building she was going for.
Well, that wasn't said.
We were talking.
I told them to grab her, basically.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but they started talking to each other instead of saying, I grabbed the girl.
I grabbed the girl.
Just let her go to Evans, see what happens. Neither of them are going to escape. If they do, Raph crushed their skull. If you can even grab a hold of them.
Want one of them alive. I don't care about the other. And by the other, I mean the girl. So I'm not letting her anywhere near Evans.
If the girl was more interested in pot here.
Then you can take her as your study pet. I don't care. No one goes near Evans.
Evans tried to have us killed. We have a lot of good reasons to go near him.
No, actually, we don't. I hope he dies.
You know what the real question is? Why hasn't she tried to take control of you, Raph, since you're holding her?
No clue.
I don't think she can.
Has she taken control of you, Isolta?
No.
Maybe she has. Maybe that's why she's not wanting to go near Evans.
You'd probably be dead if she had control over me.
Nah. I'd win.
Lord.
And with the way you guys roll, it'd be a stalemate.
Yeah, who could roll worse? Who could critically fail worse to ensure that the other won?
Well, you guys stand out here, holding the girl, staring at each other awkwardly.
Yes.
I think what we should do with the girl. If
You
you
should
could hold her
grab-
here,
You should grasp her firmly.
hold her here for a few days, and when I get the opportunity to, I'll take over to my coven, see what my associates might know about him or
You know,
about her.
let's try a message. If you tell me why you want to see Evans, I'll get you to him. I'm assuming nothing's gonna come back over the radio waves.
Nothing, just static.
Well, I mean, if you don't care what happens to her, why is she even alive?
Because
Because
I care what happens
I'm
to her. And
curious.
we're both curious about her condition and what we could
I mean,
learn
I'm
from it.
curious. I just don't care if she dies.
So you're curious that you won't let her go to Evans to see why she wants to go to Evans. If she tries to kill him, we can stop her easily.
Yeah? Can we?
Yeah. There's 4 of us, there's 1 of her.
Alright. Not doing that. No one sees Evans. That's it. End of the issue.
Why can't we see Evans?
I will point to the door. And the door is right there. You can leave this state.
I don't care for Mr. Evans or whatever the fuck his shenanigans were. Truth be told, this girl, to me at least, is more interesting. Unless Evans comes out with some random curse or some, grand magical ability, but I doubt that, seeing as he's cooped up in there.
Then let's take her to the estate Evans was at. See if she does anything there.
No, we could just go to this state ourselves. Why don't we lock her up and go to this state? If we're so curious about that.
Because she's already successfully escaped captivity?
That's Isolde's problem. I'm sure she'll be able to figure it out.
Alright, I will take her back to the previous building. Blindfold her, like tie her up again.
Mhm.
This time close the windows to the room.
Mhm.
And just leave her there.
We do all that. She is secured. What are you guys doing?
Look,
To the Evans estate?
Sure. What time of day is it?
1 p.m. All right. So you guys head off to the Evans estate. Who's going?
I'll go.
I'm not.
following.
I'm gonna look for Anne.
Raph, Rowan, Sill. You guys head to the Evans estate. What do you intend to do?
Look
Search.
around. Get
Yep.
inside.
Okay. You find the estate. You'll see that there are 2 Greythorn men guarding the front gate. A handful of people working in the yard. But what do you do?
Rowan, can you still magic about all you want?
I poof into invisibility.
Can you make us all invisible?
I poof them into invisible. I poofed them as
Hold
well
on,
as
hold
them.
on. They're Greythorns. Why don't we just talk to them? We helped some of these folks out not that long ago.
Okay, go talk to them. You're the one that speaks Greythornese.
I unpoof their invisibility.
You can't.
I'm gonna.
Because it's concentration, you would be able to, but because it's the special day, you can't unconcentrate on concentration spells.
Oh, okay. We're gonna have to flag them down and say we drank a potion.
Is there any way for me to remove the invisibility off of myself?
Just strike something.
I'll like smack the wall.
Yep, you become visible.
Okay, so when you talk to them, we'll just sneak in. How about that?
No.
It's not like they
It's-
can stop us. They can't see us.
I'm gonna ignore Syl and go up to the Greythorn men. Greetings, sirs.
Greetings, Herr Giant. What business do you have with the Trotter Estate and its guests?
I came by to speak with Mr. Evans.
Yes, the Mason Evans, correct?
Mason Evans.
Wait, Mason Evans. Oh, no. The Evans are not here. They have been, from the words of Mr. Mason Pearson, they have been evicted from his company.
And who does this estate belong to now?
This estate belongs to the Trotter family, the Great Ones.
Do you mind if I have a look around?
I will have to ask the current guests if that is alright. Mr. I probably shouldn't talk about his business. Give me a moment. The guy you were talking to, he'll enter the gate and he'll go inside.
So how long are we invisible for, Rowan?
I don't.
It's until an action is taken, if I remember correctly.
So we're gonna be following Raph as while we're invisible.
Yep.
It's a spell ends for a target that attacks or casts a spell. I didn't know cast a
And the
spell
last
was a
1
thing.
hour.
I'd rather go with the 2e version of as long as you don't attack or do an offensive spell. Yes, but whatever. Who cares? It's funnier this way. It's the 1st of April in the game. It's funnier this way. After a while, the Greythorn guard will return, and with him will be Mason Pearson. Hello, friends. So what do I owe this visit?
Wait, friends?
Friend,
He only sees one of us.
friend. My fiance stealing slaver. So what do I owe this visit? Have you spoken to him?
There's some irregularities with Mr. Evans that we wanted to have a look around the estate to confirm, or at least see if he was up to anything here.
I assume you wish to see his belongings. Is that it?
That, and maybe if he has any other, what rooms he frequented. Maybe he hid something here.
Sure. Come on in. I'll show you around. His stuff and his and Eric's stuff should still be where they left them.
Thank you, sir. I will head inside.
All right. He leads you inside. He takes you
And-
to.
And we'll follow behind. Sneaking in the door before, he walks in, that kind of stuff.
Sure. He'll take you to a study, and then he'll take you to 2 separate bedrooms first. Afterwards. William, when he was here, spent most of his time in the study. He did write some letters from time to time, but he always delivered them himself, alongside Eric. I don't think he's left anything behind.
Do they have any other? They have anything strange that they do? And when did they bring that girl around?
They've had her since we began our travels. I believe at one time he claimed her to be a niece, but I don't think that's true. Doesn't carry the family genetics, if you understand.
So we'll send a message to Raph. Let him know about her using magic.
She's very magically inclined, but I can't tell why or how.
Is she? I always thought her
Incredibly
weird.
so.
Doesn't speak. Kind of just expects things out of people. She did have a way with the horses, though. And that seemed to be her job. I did think it weird that William would take around some strange low-born girl and call her his niece, and only to have her tend to the horses. Whenever they left, they did take her along.
You just know.
No, it's not a giant dog.
Oh God.
I mean, it's a white horse girl. What's the difference?
Same thing. If you'll follow me, I'll take you to the rooms.
Sure. And did they
You'll-
have anything? Their belongings. Did they have anything out of the ordinary that you can recall?
I never really went through them. I've kind of left everything as it was. Figure I would just have the servants gather everything for me, and I would instruct them to go throw it in a ditch or something. I don't particularly care to go through their stuff. He leads you
It's
upstairs,
understandable.
down a hallway, and he's like, Eric stayed in this room, and William stayed here with the girl.
He stayed with the girl, same room.
That's what he said.
That was my immediate thought. Is it there one bed in the room?
It's both rooms have one large bed.
Any sofas?
Yes.
I'm gonna look around the room that the girl stayed in.
Handful of books that look like they've been pulled off a bookshelf and just kind of stacked onto a small coffee table. There is what would this be? There's like a pile of pastries that haven't been touched in a while. They look like they're going stale. There's clothes and luggage
So
by
we'll
the bed.
pick up one of the pastries and just start eating it while invisible.
It is.
That's a hostile action against the pastry.
It is going a little stale. It's been here for a bit.
Okay, but it's a pastry. That's all that matters. Sugar.
Indeed. It looks like most of Williams' stuff is just clothing here. There is a short sword leaning against a dresser, and there is a pair of boots by the bed.
Eldritch sight on the short sword.
Damn straight, boy.
A regular bronze short sword.
God damn it, you're useless.
It's over.
There's a second set of luggage, somewhere closer to the large armchair.
Okay, but hear me out. What if you Eldritch Sight everything in the room?
If you look in that luggage, you'll
actually
find
Eldritch sight.
clothes that are typical of a girl.
And is there anything else inside there? Or just clothes?
Just clothes.
Investigate all the clothes in the room just to see if it feels like there's paper or anything within pockets or anything.
obviously.
Just
I'm
make
gonna
sure there isn't
check.
anything like stowed away in the clothes.
I will thoroughly check everything.
Oh no, Syl and Rowan are here too. Syl's just doing it invisible.
Ooh, spooky ghost. Ooh.
Spooky ghost.
You find no such thing. Oh,
Well,
actually, in one of the girls' tunics, you'll find what looks like a little, kind of like a straw man. It's very small though. Could fit in the palm of your hand. Head made out of a wooden bead. Instead of not really straw, but like leather straps instead of straw for the body.
I will pocket that, or
This some
Make sure-
bad voodoo man.
yeah, I'll make sure Mason doesn't mind me picking it up.
Mason's not in the room. He's waiting outside. Otherwise, he would have responded to the spooky ghost actions.
I was
going on.
wondering why. I was wondering why the spooky ghosts didn't do anything. Maybe he's just so out of it he doesn't mind, or he thinks Raph's just like that, fucking insane.
Yeah, he slays ghosts now.
hey Rowan.
What?
Since you're invisible, why don't you go mess with him?
How about you don't? How about you don't bother the poor man more than he's already been bothered?
So you've checked about this room. Is there anything else you
Yeah,
want to do? Or
Really quiet right now.
No, if I don't find anything out of the ordinary, no.
Is there a fireplace in the room?
yes,
I guess go investigate it, see if it has anything that resembles the residue or smell of the flour from when we were at the inn.
When?
When they were burning the stuff in the fireplace and it smelled really nice and there was the
He
residue.
wasn't there.
I wasn't there.
well, you investigate and you find no such thing.
Well, they didn't do anything fancy with the fireplace here. Shall we go to the next room? Seems like there might be nothing of interest here other than that little fetish doll.
Yep. We'll leave, and I'll have Mason show me the next room.
You go into the next room. Similar layout, slightly smaller room. It's a little messier. There aren't any books strewn about though. There is some wine spilt on the bed, on the floor in front of the coffee table.
Rowan,
And
go
there
look,
are
look
some
it up.
decanters of hard liquor, brown liquor of some sort.
I'm gonna go look.
You're gonna go lick wine off the floor.
Yes.
He has to see what if it's a good wine.
It is
Good lord.
a mighty fine red wine.
Hey, but what if it was on a scale of say 1 to 20?
Well, it's hard to tell because it's also on the floor.
Okay, in Rowan's favor, he's drinking so much alcohol, his blood alcohol content is 2. He knows wine.
Sure. There are no weapons left behind. There is a luggage bag in here. Mostly plain tunics. Some cold weather clothes like long johns or whatnot. There's also a raincoat and a black coat. Aside from that, there's nothing too out of the ordinary in this room.
Nothing hidden in any of the pockets of the clothes.
In one of the robes, you find a letter.
Ooh.
Crack her open and try to read it.
I will crack it open and have a look.
I can't read it because I'm invisible. So we'll just wave her hands around. You can't even see me.
What does it say?
It is there are actually 2 letters in here. There's 2 envelopes, 2 letters. The first one mentions it's just like a letter home, really. From what it looks like.
Is it like Brothers of Aun shit to send back home, or?
Yes, it's like a report, sort of. It's like, hey, we're out here, we're doing this thing, despite the fact that there's black blooms and white vines all over the place. Yeah, it's a pretty nice place out here. I wouldn't mind living out here. It's more peaceful. Definitely better than
My
the
brothers,
grass.
we will have a final solution for them one day.
Pretty much.
Damn,
The
bro.
second one looks like a ransom notice.
What's it ransoming?
A noble's child, or the child of a noble. Someone like Jacob something. Jacob Gustafsson.
Could that be the little girl?
Yes, her name is Jacob.
No. Like, could it be related to the little girl? Shut the fuck up.
No, that's her name. It's Jacob.
I'm gonna kill you both.
Maybe you should ask Mason about both the ransom note and the letter. Just the letter, at least, so he knows that there are sons of Aun and knowing about what's going on with him. Meanwhile, Rowan and I will dispose of the evidence, and so we'll go grab the decanter, which turns it invisible.
I will run it by Mason. Both letters.
Well, I did know that Williams was a part of the Sons of Aun. I do not know what their activities out here were. Well, I guess I do sort of know. But I'd rather not think about it. As for the Jacobsons, I do believe part of what, well, at least what I thought, was that those two were out here to find any leads on Mr. Gustafsson's son.
It's a son for Gustafsson.
Yes. The man disappeared somewhere in West End. From what I was told, he got into a fight with some West Sea drow who were piloting a ship to this region. I don't think they've had a chance to do any investigating for that.
Interesting.
I do believe Jacob Gustafsson, I believe that's the family name. I'm not sure if Jacob is the father or the son. I do believe they too are sons of Aun.
So how's the hard liquor taste?
It's particularly smooth. It's a fine, high shelf kind of stuff.
Rowan, you should try some of this. You might like it.
I drink some.
It's very
Like,
good.
we're still invisible and we're like just drinking shit.
Yeah, just pouring booze from an invisible decanter into a glass.
So we have no idea about this girl or where she got these abilities. Nothing.
No, well, I do know that Eric, he was I don't remember how long ago he was adopted into the Evans family, but he comes from the Grasp, and as I've said before to the others, the women, that the people from the grasp are not normal people. They tend to be of a hardier constitution with a penchant for battle, for ending battles quickly, especially against a beast of some sort. I imagine the girl also comes from the grasp. It is a harsh land. Normal people do not come from that land. As to what her importance is to them, I can't say. All I know is that they kept her close, and she was rarely alone. Unless she woke up first in the morning, then she would sit at the table waiting for food. Or maybe if she was outside handling the horses. It was very rare for her to not be by William's side.
Message Raph. Has she communicated in any form that isn't speaking?
Has she ever? How does she communicate with them?
Honestly, I don't think I've ever heard her say anything or do anything. She's just seemed to do things that she knew she was supposed to do as she needed to do them. If that makes any sense. Though there was one day that that she seemed very interested to be in my company. She seemed more normal, more normal than she is now, but it only lasted for a day or two.
Did you notice anything about her?
She smiled a bit, but that's it. Aside from that, she's, always had that neutral expression on her face. I wouldn't say a flat affect, because she never speaks.
Alrighty. Mind if we have one last look around the property, and then we'll be out of here.
Of course.
I will walk around and see if I notice anything out of the ordinary.
Search for hidden doors.
Give me an investigation check.
I'm investigating. I'm looking around.
And we're helping.
Give me a sanity check.
Give him that help action. Give him that +4, huh? Oh god, he definitely got it. He
Oh,
got a nat 20.
fuck.
He
That's so
actually
bad.
rolled good.
He investigated.
He investigated the fuck out of that house.
Investigated.
The
Investigated.
cosmos open up to him and tell him that there's really nothing out of the ordinary here.
The Black One himself speaks to Raph.
Yeah, it's all good here.
The visage of the Black One shows up, gives him a thumbs up, disappears.
This really happened. It's canon. Raph is the chosen.
Me and Sil drink more hard liquor.
Well, Mr. Mason, thank you for your time, sir.
Of course.
So we'll toss Rowan one of the pastries.
I catch it and it turns invisible and I eat it.
Well, it was, I can't say it was a pleasure, but, as I said before, I guess I really should thank the lot of you for, assisting me with a treacherous man in my entourage. I will be leaving in about 2 or 3 days' time. And I guess that will conclude all of our business. I figure if you
Hopefully
are
they're-
ever in Velador, I owe you.
Well, I do appreciate that. Hopefully, you'll be leaving to greener pastures. So I'll keep it in mind if we ever do cross through Velador.
Please do. And he'll have someone show you out.
I will take my leave.
All right. Is there anything you guys wish to do, or is it time to pass time?
I was looking for Anne.
You looking for?
Oh yeah,
An?
that's true.
You'll find On. She's in the room where William is being held hostage. A prisoner.
What's she up to?
She's just dressing his wound right now. Or redressing it. Pasting
I will
something
tell
over.
her that the girl seems to be able to control animals, and for some reason she wanted to come here.
It is possible she is a druid. That would be strange, especially for a young child her age from Velador. But she knows that William is in this building. Do you fear that she may try to free him?
Maybe. I mean, she's restrained right now. But she did take her time coming here. She had lunch first. Then she looked for him. And then she wanted to come here. So I don't think she's in a hurry to free him or anything like that.
Curious. Well, I will keep that in mind. I will have somebody. I'll make sure to have somebody standing by.
Is Evans awake?
He's pretending to be asleep. You can see him wincing. His eyes are closed. You can see him wincing as on paste some thick poultice goopy stuff on his wound.
All right. I'll use the pastime here. Look at what's going on.
Right.
Feed my dragon some more jerky.
Right. I think this will be where we'll end it for today.
Oh yeah, did Anne have no reaction to the dragon?
She stared at it for a second, but she didn't seem to care much.
I did bring a rat earlier, I guess.
Well, that was our game. Going back to
Back to slice of life.
Yeah, congrats on
Lollygagging.
your first nat 20. See you in 15 more sessions for another one.
We're so back.
Okay, hear me out. While Rowan can still turn us all invisible, the three of us go on a hunting trip outside of town.
Oh god.
We
Also,
teach.
what age is my dragon?
what age?
Yeah.
Okay, is he gonna turn into a giant dragon?
Is it a hatchling or is it like
Uh,
already aged?
these dragons are ageless. They are that size. They are that shape. At all points. in
Forever?
time. Yeah.
Okay.
So hear me out. We go out there. We make sure Raph could actually hit something. We train him.
What, training arc?
Invisible training arc. Let's do it.
We hold stuff down for him so he can actually hit him.
And not only that, because we're invisible, you would have advantage.
Lord have mercy.
Plus, we can get food.
Training arc, and then I mean, considering the time, I think in Hellenshire there's a tournament going on right now.
Yeah, I think that is happening maybe right now.
Look, we're gonna use Rowan's infinite invisibility to XP farm. We're gonna set up a mob grinder.
Right.
Lord.
I gave you all 50 XP. Rowan, you are at 2125. Raph, you're at 1970. Sil, you're at 1825. And then Solta,
1825.
you're 2225.
Soon
Soon.
I will have a 1-1 big sword.
Indeed. All right. Well, you guys had yourselves a little selling spree, I guess. You guys have infinite money.
We're
glitch.
fucking rich.
I'll find a way to fix that. Don't worry.
Dude, we're gonna get taxed.
So here's what you do. You look up the Hybara Old Terror materials for weapons or armor, and you find a way to waste money on all sorts of knickknacks.
Yeah, maybe it's time to stretch the
I
economy.
mean, I just
again.
paid 1 gold for a dragon. And you got like 1,000 gold for... You got 1,000 gold for a piece of steel.
Steel is very rare.
You know what? We're gonna go buy an animal.
Actually, that is true. Steel is probably why it was 1,000. If it was bronze, it probably
Yeah.
would have been like 200.
Yeah, we're gonna go buy an animal.
It's time to buy cats.
We're gonna go buy a feline kobold. Procure one for us.
We're
If
buying
only
Nicandria cats.
Perseus had this much gold, that would have disappeared pretty quick.
Well, I am tired. I
I need to buy a Lovecraft cat.
I'm trying to think what stuff could we
Whoa.
even buy.
That's what I'm trying to think about. Raph doesn't really have anything he'd want. It's like the thing I just keep running into.
You
least
can
for
buy
now.
the whole Rosenwasser.
You're a magic boy. You could do some buy some magic stuff.
You can buy stuff.
Should buy some like magic stuff to like make my shit hit harder
We
or something.
could probably like buy another continual light so we have like a regular light source at all times. Like have a lantern with a continual light on it.
Save that for next session, I think.
Well, you guys can
I
figure
need
that
to
out.
go to Jinkei to collect my automaton.
I'm gonna go to bed and I'm turning the stream off and now.
I need my gun.